So, welcome to session 14. So, I'm going to go ahead and go through the recap and then we can get going. So, previously, you spent 2 weeks of resting, training, and recovering from your expedition to Lumev. Ragu received a message from Gimbal regarding his previous requests and got two leads. One of Hintero Akata, a Sudaga hedge mage recently captured by the Arcane Tower, who hid treasure in case he ever managed to gain his freedom. The other of an old crone named Kala, outside the southern wall of the city, who can, supposedly, grant abilities such as telepathy in return for a favor. Pico and Oreo also received a message, a personal message from Joshua of the Nexus Guild, a higher up. A Tabaxi delegation led by Ragath has been seeking out Oreo and Pico and acting without who have been supposedly acting without the clan's approval. They have requested that all expeditions to Lumev be paused until the matter is resolved. You found out that the diplomatic envoy is a guest of the Moriddel noble house. You split up, with Ragu and Pico following the Hintero lead, and Galen and Devok requesting an audience with the Tabaxi delegation. Oreo and Ragu, you found out that Hintero would often drink at the Mud Under the Bridge Tavern in the Westgate Common District. You traveled to the tavern during the day, scoping it out. You spoke to the tavern keeper and found out when the place closed for the night. Meanwhile, Galen and Devok managed to gain an audience with the Tabaxi, claiming to be part of a civil rights movement here in Mavin. You spoke to Ragath, who offered to help the movement if Galen and Devok could use their organization to find out the whereabouts of Pico and Oreo, potentially dangerous Tabaxi, so that they can just talk. After closing time, Ragu and Oreo, you broke into the tavern and thoroughly explored the place, finding a bit of coin, but no clues as to the location of Hintero's treasure. You returned to the Mud Under the Bridge Tavern the next day to find a drunkard willing to talk in exchange for attention and alcohol, who spoke of an isolated grave outside the necropolis, where the treasure is likely hidden. As a group, you also continue to investigate the Tabaxi delegation, finally learning that they are the Garra de Sombra clan. The guild has requested that you find out who the Tabaxi delegation is working with in the city before any further steps are taken. You made plans to dig a tunnel at night using druid magic as a guide. Ragu and Oreo found the isolated grave and dug it up just to find a hidden stone door protected by magic. Ragu was able to use his skill in arcana to gain access, only to discover a hidden underground complex. As we begin, it is midday, Raziel 8th, a sunny but mild day. Most of the group waits for the night back at their meeting place, while Oreo and Ragu explore the cave complex. So I'm going to go ahead and move you to the map. So one thing I'm going to do is before you move is I placed everybody else in the map as well. You're not actually there, but just so that you can see what's going on as Oreo and Ragu explore. And as far as you two are concerned, I'm going to go ahead and describe the room in more detail before you continue on. All right. So you see before you a large room. Pillars flank a large pit. The pit is covered in dirt, and there are piles of ancient bones, still white despite the age. To either side, you see stone sarcophagi fit snugly in 5-foot wide, 10-foot deep alcoves. For some reason, the stone has yellowed with age. The air in the room is slightly sweet. It smells almost like flowers, and you sense magic in the room. So what do you do?
I'll let you take the lead there, Ragu. Go for it.
I was going to say, is my detect magic still up, or has it been more than 10 minutes?
You guys dug out the grave, so I'm pretty sure it's been more than 10 minutes.
All right, I'll go ahead and take a moment to ritual cast detect magic again.
You do so, and you get a sense that this room is highly magical, as I said, and it's fairly diffused. You sense a lot of magic from the pit, but you also sense magic from the pillars, from the door behind you, and from the sarcophagi.
Hmm. Well,
Um, Up to you. I don't know what it is you. I'm gonna let you do the choose where you want to discover kind of locations, and I'll help you out with whatever rolls I need to make to as a rogue. So
okay. Um, I'll go ahead and investigate these sarcophagi first, making sure there's like no traps and is there a lot of magic coming from them?
Yes.
Okay.
And by investigate, what do you mean exactly?
Well, first it'll be an examine, looking for anything obvious, anything, symbols, magic runes. The detect magic, is it glowing necrotic?
Okay, so at this point you're just looking and you're looking for like magical symbols or anything else you can see that might tip you off, right?
if you're specifically looking for traps, let me make the roll then, because I've got Dungeon Delver that'll give me advantage on it
Okay.
automatically anyway.
Yep.
So that would be perception, because every time I've rolled for that, you've said it's perception.
Yeah.
So I'll roll that.
Yep. All right. Oreo, you don't understand why, but your keen instincts that you honed by gaining that skill tell you that the sarcophagi are definitely a trap.
Yeah, don't
I
touch them.
gotcha. Understood.
You also
Let's
get the
go.
sense that the pillars are a trap, though you don't
Ah,
understand why.
okay. Noted. And I'll let you know about that. So now pick wisely where you want to
Yes.
search next.
Let's open up the other two rooms first,
Okay.
shall we? Yeah. This is a big trap room. Gotcha. We're gonna go ahead and try this door here.
You gonna try the southern door? All right.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It opens up, and you see a series of empty um, clay clay pots. Um, the air is in this room is dry. Oreo, due to your survival skill, you notice recent footprints on the dusty floor. So what do you
What
do?
kind of footprint?
Humanoid,
Okay. Does
probably
your
boots.
guy does your guy happen to be human? I asked that to Ragu, the guy that they're talking about.
He's supposed to be Sadaga, but he
But
is currently captured.
wearing boots, though, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Um,
Fair.
how recent is recent? Like a few weeks recent or a few days recent?
If you want to get a time frame, go ahead and make a survival check.
Okay, I'll
I
do
will
that.
help.
Okay. Um.
Actually, Ragu, are you proficient in survival?
Um, I have a 0 in it, but no, I don't have it
Okay.
highlighted on my skills.
So in that case, unfortunately, we take the 6 because you wouldn't really be much use in this case. Sorry about that. Anyway,
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oreo, you can tell that it's definitely within the last several weeks, but unfortunately, you can't fine tune it more than that.
Okay. I'll let you know about that.
Okay, already. But just look into these pots. They're empty, empty.
You look inside and you see some some powdery substance. Maybe it was some sort of plant matter at some point, but you get the sense that it's powdery now due to age rather than some sort of intention. Otherwise, they are indeed empty.
Can I figure out what it is?
Sure, you can make
Plant
a
matter.
botany check or
Pot.
something. Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right. Yeah. So you look at it, and they were storing leaves from the trees outside in here, and there was also some charcoal in here. And but it seems like it was so long ago that it's basically just fallen apart. It doesn't appear to
Well,
be
the
magical
charcoal.
though.
Okay, the charcoal I understand, but is there anything special about the leaves from the local trees?
They were dry. They were definitely dry leaves. and which is why they're kind of powder now. If they were wet, obviously it'd be a different. So that somebody definitely dried out leaves and put them with charcoal, but that's all you can tell at this point.
And no
Okay.
ping of magic while you're in here?
Oh,
Yeah.
you do have that active. So you do get a ping of magic from over here. You don't know if it's inside or underneath, but it's definitely coming from over here.
I don't see
Over
your
where I don't
ping
see
or
your ping.
Jeremy,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry about that. How about now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go over to that one, and I'll go ahead and just hmm.
You
Can't
have
tell if
mage
it's.
hand?
Yeah, I was gonna say you can't tell if it's under the
It's either
pot or.
underneath or from the bottom of it. You can't tell.
You tell me what
I
you
do
need. You
not.
want me to like push it or something, and then you can use mage hand to see whatever it is under there? I don't know.
Ragu does not have mage hand. He took mending
Uh,
instead. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and just use the tip of my sword to gently kind of poke around inside there, kind of stir to see if there's anything hiding
You
under the
poke
powder
around
leaves.
you move around the powder, but it just seems to be powder.
All right, there's nothing inside. All right, yep, we're gonna go ahead and try moving this jar a little bit. Make check for traps first, and then move the
yeah.
jar.
So
Uh,
let me do that first.
sure.
Traps.
All right. You're definitely looking at this thing, and as you look carefully, there seems to be some sort of thin wire that connects the pot to either wall. It's like it's tied to the pot, and then it connects it to the wall on one end, and connects it to the wall on the other end. And you get the impression that if you move the pot, that wire will break on either side.
Yeah. So maybe
Yeah.
not move the vase. Okay.
Yeah. Can you disarm that if it's a wired
Can I
trap?
with? Yeah, I guess I'm assuming that's part of the skill here. Let me double check.
Sure.
You have advantage on wisdom and intelligence checks to detect presence of secret doors, and you're resistant to traps. So I guess if is there a way is that the same as me trying to disarm it, or
That's
I
more like
can't
you
really tell.
determining where the trap is.
I'll just put it in there.
Ability check. Determine. Okay, so a dexterity with thieves' tools. So it's probably a dexterity with thieves' tools to disarm it.
Disarm. Okay.
Since this is a physical trap, it's actually a wire going to what I can only assume are like gears and stuff or whatever in the wall there. Can I lend assistance with my tinkering knowledge?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, so go ahead and use your thieves' tools, and then you can roll with dexterity, and we'll see what happens. All right. So yeah, you do figure out how to um, basically how to snip the wire while holding it taut, and then unfortunately that means you'd have to snip basically you figure out that if you snip the wire and you hold it taut, that the trap won't go off. So what you have to do now is figure out how to keep both ends taut while removing the pot. But assuming you can do that, then you know how to do it without setting it off.
Okay, well, if you can hold it taut while snipping, I will hold on a second. Equipment. Uh, caltrops are basically like spiky hard wires, right? Yeah,
No,
like
they're
a
the
like a
horse
jacks.
things.
Yeah, they're
That.
basically like jacks. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're
Okay.
jacks.
In that case, you can snip the wire while holding it taut, and then I'll push the caltrop up against the wall where it goes into the wall, the little hole there, and then you can tie the string around the caltrop, and that will hold it taut in place against the wall.
If that works, then I will do that.
Fair enough. Yeah, you think that'll work, so you are able to pull that off with your previous roll, and you've disarmed the trap. and you've lost 2 caltrops in the process.
Yeah, I've got a bag of 50. I don't know if I can. Well, I'll just say, yeah, 2 caltrops.
Yeah,
Okay.
now you have a bag of 48.
Okay. Alrighty. Um, we'll go ahead and move the uh, move the
Yep,
jar there.
you move you move it, and underneath you see a piece of the stone floor is loose.
Oh, yeah, we'll go ahead and pull that up.
Okay, you pull it up, and inside you see a reinforced wooden box. It looks a lot like a small version of a treasure chest. So it's mostly wood, but it's trimmed with metal to to reinforce it, and it has a fairly large lock on the front. So what do you do?
Is the
Miss
magic coming
Oreo.
from the lock?
No, it's coming
Yeah,
from inside.
the
Good to
chest.
know.
All right. Miss Oreo, do you want to
Yep,
check to
just
make sure
wanted
this
to.
isn't? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure that the magic wasn't coming from the lock, 'cause if so, then that would be a lot more risky.
And
So
if I
first
can
is
help at all with tinkering, I will. But if that doesn't help, then
She's
um
picking the lock. Probably not.
oh, I thought she was going to check for traps first.
Oh, that you can do, yes.
yeah,
So you can
okay.
roll with advantage
Um
on that.
well, if that's a there it go. I don't know why it did not want to show up the first time, but
I
yeah.
don't know, but you got a 17 either way. So
Yeah.
you're pretty sure there's no traps.
Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and do the thieves tools, and yes, I'm taking off advantage.
Fair enough. All right, easily you unlock it easily. It clicks open, and inside you find a small brown sack. Weighs between 2 and 3 pounds. You find a silver ring that is a plain silver ring. You find a much more fancy silver ring that is glowing with magic. You find a fancy gold ring that is glowing with magic. And you find a potion of greater healing, which is glowing with magic.
I give the box to Ragu there and let him tinker away to whatever it is in there.
All right. I think I will go ahead and you said the plain silver ring was not glowing with magic.
That's correct. So there are basically 2 rings, one silver and one gold, that are glowing with magic, and a silver ring that's not glowing with magic.
Yep, that's what I noted down too.
And then there's the pouch, the brown pouch that's currently tied close.
And that has no
Okay.
magic resonating up from it.
That's right.
Okay.
I will go ahead and ritual cast identify on the gold and fancy silver rings if I could there.
Okay, you cast Ritual Identify on the gold ring. It is a lesser ring of intelligence, which grants +2 intelligence to the wearer, but must be attuned. I put it in the chat.
Okay. Awesome. And then I'll go ahead and do that on the fancy silver ring.
You do so. It is a ring of protection, also attuned. And you can look up what that does.
Okay. Um, I'll very carefully opens this pouch. Let's
Inside the
see what we have
pouch, you
inside.
find a bunch of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. Do you want to count it out? Or you just want to hold on to it?
Um, we'll go ahead and count it out just real quick here if I can just do a quick count. Yeah.
Sure. You find 100 gold pieces, 37 silver pieces, and 15 copper pieces.
Okay.
And just so no one
And
forgets, I'm going to go ahead and put in chat the greater healing potion and the silver ring.
Okay.
the silver ring's definitely not magical. And there's nothing fancy or
That's
special
right.
about it.
So there were 2 magic items in there, but the silver ring was not among them.
Alrighty. Um, shall we keep exploring and we'll divide everything out later? Make sure
Up
there's
to
nothing else
you.
in here. All
Yeah.
right, let's go. All right. Let's go check this last door here real quick.
All right, let me open it up. I'm assuming I click on the right thing. There we go. So you open up the door and you find another large room. You see that pillars surround a large pit. The pit is covered with dirt, and there are ancient piles or piles of ancient bones, still white despite the age. Surrounding the
All
room
right.
are 10 to 15-foot by 5-foot alcoves. Within each is a stone sarcophagi. Um, some of them, on 4 of them, figures are carved, and all of them seem to be clean and in good shape. The air in the room has a slightly bitter, rotten smell, almost like the recently dead. You sense magic coming from the room. So what do you do?
Um, yeah, when I sense magic, is it the same as the other room? It's sort of like a necrotic trap.
It's definitely necrotic, and you sense magic from the pillars. You sense magic from the bones in the pit. You sense magic from the sarcophagi.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and close this door too.
All right.
We can come back with the rest of the party. Maybe we will have some fun later breaking skulls.
Sure thing.
All right.
All right.
Um, leave us get back to the party.
All right.
I
I
think.
will go ahead and send you back to the map.
All right. And when we get out of the little area here, when we're back up at the grave, we'll go ahead and cover it up and everything again. But yeah, we are definitely going to have to find a different way to cover up these incidents.
Yeah.
All righty. So let's see.
As we're
Together.
walking back from the necropolis, I'll go ahead and hand you the. Did you want all of this?
What is all of this?
100 gold, 37 silver, and 15 copper.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not gonna say no to free money.
Yes, I will have to figure out these things here.
That's fine. But yeah, I'll go ahead and put that in my inventory for now, and then yeah, keep the rest. It's all good. Don't really, just there to help.
Fair enough. All right. So yep, you rejoined the group. It's mid-afternoon. You're all together now. So what do you do?
Well, while they're gone, I damn near have a heart attack and end up casting a bunch of cantrips to gauge my connection to the weave. Basically, Pico ended up sensing this disruption in the fabric of reality. It had a panic attack when it happened.
Okay. What kind of disruption did he sense?
Imagine if all the energy just got sucked out of the world briefly and had to be repaired by flipping a circuit breaker.
All righty.
What?
um, Earlier today, I was doing some cooking and I made the mistake of running the microwave and the toaster oven at the same time, which threw the breaker, which is on the same circuit as most of the computers, which caused Jeremy's computer to lose power while he was working on the game. And so I thought it would be amusing after the fact to take that disruption into account and make it a little in fiction event for Pico.
Alrighty, so you guys hear Pico talking about this, and you're just scratching your heads. So what do you guys do next? And if waiting for nighttime for your mission, if that's what you want to do, we can fast forward.
Yeah, I was gonna ask what time it is.
It's mid-afternoon.
Okay. If we want to meet up here at nighttime, we could do that. Go do some. I don't know if anybody had specific other things they wanted the group to do.
Are we considered back with the group already,
Yeah.
Remy? Then can I just do something quick? Galen, can you add 2 healers kits to your inventory? Because I bought 2 during the downtime
Oh,
to
really?
replace.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
go ahead and
totally.
add
I'll,
those.
I'll throw those in right now. Sweet. And I think I still have 2 at my house. Let me double check my notes.
Okay, I wasn't sure if what you had extra, but I just wanted to kind of replace what we had already used. I think it was about 2.
Oh yeah, no, I took the ones out of my house and took them to Lumev, but I now have 4 healers
Sweet.
kits, so
Okay.
we're doing good on healing. Thank
Okay.
you. Do I
Mhm.
owe you anything for that?
Nope.
Alright, thank you.
No worries.
All right. Are you guys doing anything else before the nighttime?
Yes.
I'll
Devok
go.
and
Oh,
I have a mission.
ah,
Mission for the equality of all beings.
You guys are taking that seriously. Holy shit.
I want to do it. I think it's funny, and I think it's cool. Devok, are you there? Do you want to do it or
I
not?
yeah, I'm down.
Alright, then that's what we do. We go and try to rally support in the Sadaga quarters.
Okay. So you're going to Sadaga quarters, and so what exactly are you doing there?
Uh, should we get flyers at some point, or should we just go around knocking on doors for now and telling them about this?
Yeah, I think we should do some door knocking. That's a good
Let's
idea.
do some door knocking first. We can always set up bigger events later when people know more about us.
All
So
right.
yeah, we're just gonna go like door to door in the Sadaga ward, just telling them about our movement for the equality of all of all beings.
Fair enough. All right. So to get an idea how this will go, you go to your first door. It's basically in a tenement. Most of the
Uh-huh.
Sadaga live in tenements, so it's basically gaining entrance to a tenement and then going to one of the doors. And you knock on the door, and grumpy um, this grumpy Sudaga opens up the door. You see he's hunched over, and he's kind of
Mm-hmm.
squinting at you. One of his eyes is missing. You can see various
Okay.
scratches um, on his skin, um, and he blinks and looks at you. What do you want?
Well, we're here to tell you about the movement for equality. It's been started recently by me and my friend here. We wanted to let you know that in the future you may see some events started by us to help for the equality of all beings, as Sudaga are put down in the city along with
So
other
what you want me to
minorities.
do is you want me to stand out like a sore thumb, like going to your events and giving them more reason to hate us. That's what you want, isn't it?
Absolutely not. You won't be a sore thumb when the entire city moves together to
Right.
support the
He
equality of
starts
all beings.
laughing. Uh,
Yeah.
is that the best you have, kiddo?
I mean, I was gonna offer to help you if you wanted to, like, if
You
you ever
think you're
told me
helping,
about.
but what you're
I
doing is you're
mean,
making
we're
it
gonna
worse for
try
all
to
of
help.
us.
I mean, that's one way, that's one opinion you can have.
If you're going to try to persuade him to change his mind, go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Okay, Brosnan, you want to help me since you're a Sudaga?
Yeah, I can, but I don't know how much help I'll be.
Okay, I'll just roll normal then. That's fine.
No, he can probably roll with advantage because I'm there, but like
That's fair.
Yeah,
Jeremy,
actually,
I
no.
actually.
What we'll do to see whether this helps or hinders is to Vok. How is it that you're helping? What is it you're saying?
uh, that
It's a
is
good
support
question.
your mission, and I'm a Sudaga. So I'm not exactly a talking man. I don't
Yeah,
talk very
no,
much.
I get it.
So
That's
you
fine.
say that, and the guy snickers. It's like, oh, you're a Sadaga. You don't have
Yeah.
advantage or disadvantage,
Got it.
Galen.
Just natural roll.
Just a natural roll.
That's not terrible.
And he stops like, well, maybe something could be done. I don't know. Tell you what, You have one of those events. I might show up, I might not. We'll see.
That's all I can ask for.
Hey,
Wonderful.
you did it.
We're gaining support. The grassroots movement has begun.
All
Gun.
right. So what I'm going to have you do is that I'm assuming you're going to go door to door and continue this, and you get you definitely get some people who are optimistic, but most are not. Most seem to want to be, kind of lay low. They have a good here compared to other places, not rock the boat, etc. So what I'm going to have you do is make go ahead and make 5 just plain persuasion checks, and then we'll see how
5
many you
persuasion?
succeed
Is that what you
versus how
said?
many you fail.
So you cut out for a second. Did you
Oh,
say
sorry. Just go ahead
5
and start.
persuasion? What was the
We're
number?
gonna basically gonna try to make several persuasion checks, and basically you're gonna try to get to 3 successes before you get to 2 failures.
Okay,
And
got
the
it. All
DC
right, let's
is
see what
going to
happens.
be 16. Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
that's a
one failure.
failure. Okay, there we
That
go.
counts as 2 successes because it's a crit.
Well, I like the sound of that.
And you
Yes!
have your 3rd success. So
Should I
you
roll again to
actually,
see what the likelihood is?
they're still extremely skeptical, but they're actually willing to listen. And so you think that a number of them may actually turn out if you when and if you have events.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is just the beginning. More people will be convinced when they see the power of our actions.
Yep, fair enough.
You're
All
making
right.
a cult, man. Don't lie
I'm
yourself.
making a cult? Well, I mean, it's not really a cult. I'm
Hmm.
not asking them to give me money. I'm just trying to help.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna, for the purposes of experience points, I'm gonna count that as an encounter that you succeeded.
Cool. But I mean, I could make it a cult, Oreo. I have the religious backing for it.
All
Just
right.
making
What
it
if I
worse.
took
Cool.
out like some of my what if I took out some of my favors with the church to have them try and back this too?
Oh my god.
That would be funny.
All right. So while Devok and Galen are busy with their movement, what's everybody else doing while they're waiting for nighttime, if anything?
I'll go ahead and tell Pico at least about the hidden little place, the under the grave, and tell him that there were 2 rooms full of kind of like magic traps and stuff, and then tell him about the lady at the other end of town if I hadn't already, and get his opinion on maybe something worth looking out, eh?
Wait, what's going on?
Go ahead and start again and tell them.
Oh, I explained to him about the little hidden clubby house underneath the grave, and from the hedge mage guy, and that there are 2 rooms with some magic dead traps and stuff, and maybe it'll be a good place to go fight later once we get the whole group together. Maybe, perhaps. And then I tell him about the lady on the other end that can possibly give you some the ability to communicate, but that's something we might want to check out for danger first. If I haven't
I
already
feel
told
like
you
I'm
about that.
missing the first half of the story.
All right, I fill him in on the first half. I thought I did last time, but go ahead and tell him that
Well, just
yeah,
go
my
ahead and tell
contact
them.
gave me
Yeah, just go ahead
my
and seal it all
contact.
up.
Yeah, my contact went ahead and gave me a lead on some magic items, which were pretty cool. And Ori here helped me go hunt them down. And then she also gave me he also gave me information on a lady who can possibly give you the ability to communicate while you're in beastie form. And we should go check that out because I'm not sure if it's safe yet, but it's a good possibility, yes. And she is just outside of town. I know we were going to do this whole break-in thing, so I figured we could do that first, but we've got a lot of stuff we can do here.
Yeah, I want to find out what's going on with these Tabaxi before getting into other trouble.
Okay. So,
Okay, sounds good to me. But I fill him in on everything we found there.
okay. All right, so yeah, everybody does whatever they're going to do during the day. Everybody meets back up together at night. So it is now nighttime. So what are you going to do?
Well, I guess
What's
technically the plan was to go to the park and where I had prepared the excavation and get underground so that we can start moving towards the destination.
Okay, so yeah, you show up at the park, and at the moment, you don't see anybody around. Although you winced as you thought you heard a voice, a young voice, but you don't see anybody. So what do you do?
Alrighty. Well, look around, make sure the coast is clear first. Go ahead and open up the passage for everybody.
Okay, you do so, and you open up the passage, and everybody goes through. Um, and yeah, assuming you start going through your tunnel, are you going to use your spell?
Yeah, first of all, once we're inside, I'm going to go ahead and seal the passage back up. And let's see, I forget, Ragu, did you get some much of twine?
Ragu?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, I did. I got 1,000 feet.
All right. Well, actually, that's a good question. I'm going to go ahead and start ritual casting, locate animals or plants, and try and locate the nearest olive tree.
Which you do. It's about 800 feet away.
All right. Looks like we're going to need 800 feet of that stuff.
Righty.
So, all right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start working my way that direction. I had previously estimated it would take about 90 minutes to do that. Let me verify something here, real quick. There we go. I forgot what the duration is on this. It doesn't look like there's a duration. I guess it's just one of those things I just know. So I guess as periodically as I'll probably have to pause to recast. So that's probably I'm going to cast it more than once. I'm thinking maybe 3 times. So that's probably going to make the travel time closer to 2 hours.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So you start working your way down the tunnel, and everybody's crawling along. Um, every once in a while, as you're crawling through the tunnel, you feel a shake. It's fairly minor, but you notice possibly minor earthquakes. But otherwise, you manage to crawl all the way through, and it takes you 2 hours, so you're definitely happy with the idea of getting out. But you make your way to where the olive tree is right above you. So what do you do from there?
All right. Well, from this point, what time is it?
Well, you guys were going to leave at night, so what time at night? I'm assuming around midnight is probably when you left, but you could have been earlier, so you tell me.
Do we have an estimate of how long it would have taken to tunnel through the way we did?
He just said two
Yeah,
hours.
2 hours.
All right.
Because
So
the
okay.
90 minutes plus 30 minutes worth of ritual casting to home in on the tree.
In that case, well, yeah, midnight sounds good because then it'd be 2 in the morning, which is still plenty of time for dark, and it's like high time for most people to be sleeping.
Okay, so there you go.
Sound reasonable? Yeah.
Sounds fine to me. So you guys, the olive tree is above you. So what are you gonna do?
All right. Well, I guess the first thing though is I don't want to excavate a huge opening. first I want to go ahead and just make something really small just so I can kind of listen.
Okay. You make something small, and you are listening, and there are apparently two Tabaxi having a quiet conversation on the outside. Are you going to try to listen in?
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a perception check for hearing. So if you have an advantage on hearing or anything like that, here's where it'll kick in.
What kind of roll?
Perception. You're trying to eavesdrop.
All right.
And it doesn't have to be just you. You can all make perception checks if you want, or you can, yeah. So you can't pair up on this because it's your own hearing, but you can certainly each individually do it if you want.
Oops.
Yeah, I'll do that too.
Actually, Char has keen hearing and sight. He automatically has advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely
Then
on
you can
hearing
roll
or
perception
sight.
and with advantage for him as well. That would be fine.
Okay.
All right. Well, Oreo already made it, so that's fine. I'm just going to tell everybody. All right. So you have two Tabaxi speaking quietly, and one of them says, "What do you know of that organization? I forget what they're called. You know, the one talking about equality for Sadaga or something like that." And then the other one
Yes,
says,
sir.
"Ah, clearly they are spies, or at least that is what Ragath says." And the other's like, "Really? Doesn't that mean that they ones we're looking for have shown their hand?" And it says, "Who knows? All I know is that our benefactors are getting impatient. But we have been told to be on the lookout for intruders, so get back to your patrol. Break's over." And the other one says, "What? I was about to go to the kitchen to eat a late night snack." And the other one says, "Too bad. The cook is busy dealing with Ragath. Now get to it. They could be here already as far as we know." And then at that point, you hear the sound of boots on stone as the two Tabaxi move away.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and widen up the hole big enough for Char to fit through.
Okay.
Okay. Char can go up and basically just go right up into the tree and sit there in the tree looking around with nobody really noticing him.
Fair enough. Yep, he's in the tree, and he basically tells you that there's a Tabaxi in the northern hallway and a Tabaxi in the western hallway, the southern
Okay,
western hallway.
and is this there or no?
That is. Are you guys all coming out?
No, right now it's just Char to give us
Oh,
what's
that's fair.
going on.
He would notice stuff, so that's fine. Yeah, so you see the same courtyard as before. Each fountain is lit by a lantern. Bright yellow light illuminating the courtyard. You see the two Tabaxi have moved away. Um, you see a human sweeping in one of the dark alleys who looks rather tired and maybe a bit bored. And two of the hallways are empty. And the human
All
sweeping
right.
is facing away from you. And you're kind of forced to wonder why a human would be sweeping 2 in the morning, but there he is, or there she is.
Okay, I go ahead and fill everybody in. Okay, there's the tabaxis in the corners. There's a human sweeping. They look tired, but why are they sweeping this early? And other than that, it should be quiet.
It is interesting though that they're expecting us. Anybody got any thoughts about that?
If they're expecting you, do they know what you two look like? I mean, did you do anything to change your fur to make you look different?
No, I didn't really bother with that. I would just no.
Do you want or no?
I'm not gonna spend time dyeing my fur right now.
Oh
Well, we're
no, this is
in a
much quicker.
tunnel.
This is much quicker. Just put your head down. I
Wait,
reach into my pouch. Oh, go
what
ahead.
are, what exactly? I mean, what's the purpose of us changing our thing if they already are expecting people to come in and ambush?
Yeah, I don't really see the point either.
Okay. I just figured, cause confusion if it's not them, but I don't know.
Well, they'd kind of assume that it would be something associated with us if it wasn't necessarily us. You know what I mean? Because who the hell is
Yeah,
going to be breaking into here
yeah.
Is
besides
there
Okay.
us?
anything is there anything special about the humans that are sweeping that the chart can tell? Like any symbols or sigils around them that we recognize, or I don't know, pink hair on them or something? Like anything?
There's no pink hair. Clearly, they work for the noble house and not for the Tabaxi.
Okay.
Okay.
And Ragu, what were you going to try? Because I bet there are better ways to do that.
I have colored chalk powder. It would just temporarily color your fur.
I also
Lasts
have
a
like
few
Oh,
hours to shake
yeah?
it off.
Well, check this out. And I go ahead and just stroke the tips of my ears, and now I have just the right amount of gray tufts.
Oh, you've been practicing. Very nice.
Vegetation is a little more versatile than chalk powder.
All right, so
Just
you
an
guys,
FYI, that's actually used today now.
What?
I said just an FYI, that's actually used today. You can go to Walgreens and buy hair powder to color your hair for 3 hours while you go to a rave. It's literally just
Uh,
chalk powder.
yeah, I was going to say, I was pretty sure prestidigitation isn't used today for that.
No.
yeah.
anyway, you guys are still in the hole. So what are you guys gonna do from here?
All right, well, do we have a plan? As
Tabaxi 3 and Tabaxi 4, are they actually staring out into the courtyard as they're in the hallway there?
Um, they seem to be. They look out in the courtyard, and then they look in the hallway. They'll maybe move around, then they'll go back and look in the courtyard. It seems to be a regular pattern, well, more or less regular pattern. But they are
Okay. I kind of
definitely
get the
keeping
timing.
an eye on the courtyard.
I kind of get the timing down for the regular pattern of looking, and I say we can probably get out one at a time, but we'll have to get to either this place or maybe this place down in the shadows to avoid being seen. Unless you got a better idea for getting us up there.
I don't.
One thing you do notice, though, when they're looking around, they seem to be paying attention to this kind of alleyway. Sorry, I'm not pinging again. This alleyway over here, and this alleyway over here, and every once in a while, maybe they'll, try extra hard and look at this one as well. So they seem to be looking at 3 out of the 4 alleyways, um, and so it's pretty clear they're expecting you guys to come from one of those.
are there any doors open? Like, 'cause it looks like those are glass windows there, right? Where
Yeah,
we're
there are
seeing
glass
them through.
windows. You can see through them because the curtains are open. There are doors, but they are currently closed.
Wait, you said the windows are closed?
No, the windows are the glass is closed, obviously, but the curtains are open, so you can see in them.
That's okay. That's what I want to be sure. Okay.
Hmm.
Well, I
You
have
can't tell from
one
there
idea
if the
that might work.
doors are locked or not, but they're definitely closed. Sorry, Bagu, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I might be wrong here. I'm just checking. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, range 30 feet. Ragu, we can make the window look like it's an empty courtyard and we can get out, yes?
Uh, how are you planning on doing?
The minor illusion? Put a picture in front of the window that looks like the empty courtyard, and so that's what they see?
That's actually an interesting idea.
Yeah, I like that.
There's 2 windows and 2 of us who can cast minor illusion. 30 feet range.
Just so you know, 30 feet is 6 hexes.
Yes, I just checked that out here. I don't
Okay,
know if anybody saw that, but yeah. Actually,
fair enough.
to the window, 29 feet. To the window, well, 28, 29 feet.
Yeah, fair
So
enough.
whoever's standing
Close enough.
literally right next to me. Yeah.
Yep.
Courtyard illuminated.
Like I said before, each one of these fountains has a statue, and in one of the hands of the statue is a lantern, which they've actually put oil and stuff in there, and so there's a lantern on each one.
Okay. So they're not bright
Wow.
lanterns. It's not brightly illuminated, but it's standard nighttime illumination.
Yeah, it's fairly bright. They clearly wanted this place to be well lit up, so they are fairly bright lanterns.
Oh, the most subtle thing in the world, but snuff out all the lanterns and cover the darkness.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
but
grant.
if we snuff out the lanterns, that alerts the Tabaxi that something's in the
Yeah.
courtyard. It will run out. Whereas just putting an illusion of an empty courtyard up in front of them, we can sneak out without them seeing it.
Problem with though, I'm not sure that would necessarily hold. After all, if they suddenly realize they're a quote unquote painting, that's going to be
You're kind of
suspicious
cutting out.
too.
I'm not sure.
I've got my mic up. Is this any better?
So far, it is. Yeah. I'm sorry. You were saying you're not what?
No, I mean, the concern would be that if they recognize that they're looking at essentially a picture rather than the actual courtyard, that would be suspicious.
Well,
Arguably more
yes, but
so.
they have to they have to realize that at first, and it could give us just the few minutes we need. It's not like we have to fool them for long, just long enough for us to get out from this tree and into one of these hallways here.
Yeah, but I
I
mean, have you ever been fooled by a photograph?
Actually, that happens a lot of times. Have you ever seen a show in Vegas?
I don't follow.
Yes, having an illusionary picture here can fool people for quite a while. It's the standard illusionist trick that happens in real life in Vegas all the time.
Having a very specific perspective, audience is one thing. Trying to do something right in front of the audience's face is a little bit different. Hold on a sec.
According to this spell, it says they must make an intelligence investigation check. So they have to actually stop, think that there's a problem, and then have to investigate the window. Either way, it'll give us a couple of rounds to get out of here and get out of the courtyard. That's all it needs to do. Whereas turning off the lights is immediately going to call them out here, and there is no surprise whatsoever.
Well, just to be
Besides,
clear,
most Tabaxi have dark vision.
yeah, just to be clear, well, two things to be clear about. One is that the Tabaxi do, on average, have dark vision. The second thing to be clear about is that they aren't looking out the windows at the courtyard constantly. They're also going through the hallway as well to make sure there's no intruders in there and whatnot.
So just because we see the icon there standing still doesn't mean that they're necessarily there all the entire time.
Yeah, they'd
Yes.
basically be pacing down the hallway and looking out the window, pacing down the hallway, looking out the window, and so on. I just don't want to move the icons constantly.
Yep.
Yeah. And I did say that I was watching their timing with Char, so we can throw up the illusions just in case, even though they're not even watching. Get through, drop the illusion.
Yeah.
Looks like nothing happened, and they know none the wiser.
Although keep in mind that these illusions wouldn't be big enough to cover the entire window.
Sure, they would.
Nope, not according to the description.
Are the windows
Area
bigger
is
than 5 feet?
Yes,
They are.
they're double windows.
Yeah, I mean, you literally see that on the screen. They're like a hex and a half.
If you want to get into technicalities, he only needs to really replicate the center portion, the actual oak area. So if everything from like a cinematic point of view from the top is the same as the outside and the bottom is the same as the outside, does it really matter if the whole thing is covered?
It does the perspective, Bruce. It also, there's the issue of angle because it's not just the tree area we have to worry about because we need to get away from there towards the buildings, which means that we're going to have to move across the courtyard, which means that now there's a much bigger area that thing has to be able to cover. It's not just line of sight to where we are, but also all the way to where we want to be. Well, wait a minute. You said that they're moving, right?
Yeah, they're basically. You see how there's two windows for in each hallway? They're basically moving in between those, but it's obviously an L shape, so it's not a straight line.
Well, if we can actually time for when they're walking the hallway, we'd actually have a few seconds to actually be able to cross where neither of them actually have view to a window.
Ragu said he was using Char
Yeah,
to
I'd already gotten.
look at their timing.
Yeah, I'd already gotten that covered way at the beginning of this.
Okay, but were we told that that won't work?
No, we were
Just-
not told that that won't work. We weren't told that it's
Well,
absolutely 100% infallible, but we were not told that it won't work either.
Of course, I wonder how much we really actually need to find out here. And
We need
actually,
evidence,
maybe.
actual physical evidence, whatever it is. That's what we need to find out.
And we can
We have
only
our
and
suspicions right now, but we have to find some physical something, so we have to
I
get in to do that.
I was under the impression, at least from the messaging that we were given, that it was the things that we would need are found in this house at the moment, and therefore we needed to do this sneakily because that was the only way we were going to probably be able to find that kind of evidence. So that's what we're here to do.
All right. Is there any indication as to where the leader is likely to be? I mean, do we see any like one area being another, or do the guards seem to be paying attention to any particular doors in their area?
Mm, let's see. You can tell that there is some light from in here, from probably from the behind that door, so somebody's probably active there. Um, you can tell that the Tabaxi are specifically in this hallway and this hallway, but outside of that, the place looks pretty symmetrical. Nothing really stands out as being, this is special.
Well, maybe I could pop out on my own for a while and do some scouting. Or, let's see, is there any other way we could pull off some sort of serviceable distraction?
Distractions would only alert them to our presence. We're trying to do it without. But here, if you see the angle, I can put a 5-foot illusion at that angle, and that would hide the olive tree and this this entrance here, and we should be able to go straight up without being seen. But somebody would have to do the same angled illusion from this side right here. And that would only be for the few seconds that we need to get to this door where they can't see us and get in.
All right.
Okay, so what do you guys do?
Okay, we'll throw an illusion on those two windows and get to this hallway there.
Is that what you guys are doing?
Okay. Consensus.
I think it's as good a plan as any.
Yep.
Let's go for it.
So now the question is, are you attempting to time it so that they're like in transit when you put up the illusion, or are you going to wait until they're already in
Yes.
place, or how are you going to do that? What's the timing?
We're going to wait for them to be not looking in the window, either in transit or turned away, and that way we have the best chance of them not even noticing, because that'll give us a chance to get out and at least get out from under the tree before they look through the window again.
Okay, so what I'm going to go ahead and do then is, so you cast a spell, and who else is casting a spell?
That's the other.
Okay, so you guys are casting your spell, and then once your spell's up, you're trying to basically stealthily get up here. Is that correct?
Yeah, and
Okay,
could I be using tailing to help the rest of the group with that stealth check, or is
sure.
that just for me?
Wait, actually, I guess you don't really got a lot of time for just take it slow. So I think it would be just for you.
Okay.
Um, all right, so everybody go ahead and make your stealth check, and I'm gonna make perception checks for these guys.
Okay. We're doing this as a group stealth, right?
Everybody rolls your stealth individually, and then yeah, we'll see how well you
Oh,
guys do.
I'm just gonna stick with that, even though I could have used tailing.
So that would be
Not for real.
all right. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's two more rolls.
Ah, I
11.
rolled the wrong thing.
Oh yeah.
Actually, it's the
Okay.
same. Never mind.
Yep. Go
Wait,
ahead.
no, it's not. Roll. I'm dumb. 7.
And I think we're missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing one more. Who
Pico.
were we missing? Oh, Pico. So actually, because of the illusion, I'm actually going to give them disadvantage. Oh, jeez. Wow, they're idiots. You guys make it.
Sweet.
So I'm going to go ahead and move you guys up here. And it seems like, so as you go through, you hear one of them say, "What?" And then pace around a bit. You see him kind of come out and look around, and then go back in. And so it's clear at least one of them realized that something weird happened, but he didn't seem to know what it was, and he didn't see anybody. So at the moment, you seem to be clear. So what are you going to do next?
Uh, which way are we going,
Uh,
guys?
we don't want to go right because that's where the one Tabaxi guard is. We want to go left, which I think means that we need Oreo the way.
Is it locked?
haven't checked yet.
I
It
checked the lock.
it does appear to be locked.
All right, then I'll go ahead and use the thieves' tools.
Okay, it clicks open. It appears that these are fairly modest locks, but they are outer hallways, so I guess that's not too surprising. And I'm going to go and open the door for you. Okay, you have unlocked the door. You see a nicely carpeted hallway. You can hear a low conversation from at least two female tabaxi on the other side of this door. Um, on this door, you faintly hear somebody tapping their foot, um, and and you see that light spilling from around the corner, but probably from that door you noticed before. And actually, one thing I forgot to have you guys do as you were running is I'm going to have everybody make me a perception check to see if you noticed something as you were looking around that your passive is too low for.
Everybody can roll.
Yeah, everybody can roll.
All right. Yep.
Give me
Um,
1 second.
is that everybody?
No, I got one
Nah,
more.
we
1
have to have Devok roll.
Okay.
second.
Okay. Yeah.
But
You guys. Yeah. You guys didn't notice anything in particular. Okay. So what are you gonna do?
Wait a second. Would
Nobody
I was
noticed anything?
That's
gonna
right.
say would Char be able to make that perception check too?
Yeah.
Yes,
Actually.
sir.
Yep. Yep. Nobody noticed anything.
Oh well.
Alrighty. So what are you gonna do?
As soon as everybody is in, I'll close the door. So that at least it just goes back to looking normal. And I might tell Ragu to, as a suggestion to, for now, keep putting some sort of image on this window so that if anybody happens to be checking through or something, that they're not looking inside and seeing a bunch of people just randomly walking in here.
Okay.
Okay. Fair enough.
How tall are these windows?
Probably about 5 feet.
How far off the ground are they?
About 2 feet.
So
It's
I
a
only need
it's
to.
a fairly tall room. The ceiling's about 9 feet.
Yeah, but if they're 2 feet off the ground, I only really need to minor illusion the bottom 3 feet of window so we can crouch and keep going.
Okay.
Okay, so you said that the inside of this, there was what kind of sound?
It sounds like two female tabaxi talking, or at least two, I should say.
Okay, and then over here is just somebody with a random tapping.
Yeah.
And then as I get closer, is there any sounds that I hear from here?
Yeah. This is the one with the tapping on the other side. So you know there's a
Right.
person in there, but that's all you hear from there. But from the south down here, you hear clanging, like maybe cookware or something.
Kitchen then maybe? Well, I kind of just come back here so I can let everybody else know. We can either try, I mean, I don't know, this is gonna be weird. All of these rooms have somebody in them, so if we go in there, we're gonna have to do something to knock them out or something if we're gonna try and investigate these rooms. Unless somebody
Wait, you
wants to.
said one.
What?
So what's going on in the far room?
The far room has somebody tapping on the ground, apparently, and then there's what it sounds like maybe a kitchen or something, because there's clanging of things like in a kitchen type of setting down there.
Well,
And
wait,
this room
wasn't
has
there
two
cook supposed?
females just talking.
There are two women type tabaxi people in there, maybe more. I'm not sure.
Wasn't their cook supposed to be doing something for a guy?
We never really got that far. We were just making plans, but that was just going off assumptions, not exactly like, oh yeah, we went ahead and researched who was going to be the cook and all that kind of stuff.
No, I mean, like, didn't we literally hear the guards talking about that?
Oh, I completely missed it. Sorry. So, yeah.
I mean, that wasn't my imagination, was it?
Nope, you heard a conversation before coming in.
No, but he's talking specifically if in that conversation there's something regarding a cook.
Yeah, let me go ahead and because you guys just heard it a little bit ago. So you heard the talking about the organization, talking about the organization being spies. Um, you the benefactors getting impatient, breaks over, and then one of them wanted to get a snack from the kitchen, but apparently the cook is busy dealing with Regoth.
Oh, yeah, okay, got it.
That happened right at the
And
beginning when you guys were first, peeking
yeah,
out.
yep,
Yeah.
yep. I didn't take the notes really well for that part. Sorry. So, what then? Do you guys want to just go straight to that room if you guys think he's just messing directly with Ragath? I mean, we need
Um,
evidence. We don't even need to necessarily confront the guy up front. And that's assuming that he's there. I'm not saying that he is there.
well, now if he's cooking for Ragoth's probably elsewhere. But if he's actually dealing with Ragoth, might be interesting to listen at the door and see if you can hear any conversation.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. I will
Um,
stealth my way over.
I was going to say, as just before you turn to go, I'd very gently put Char on your shoulder to tag along.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, so you Oreo, you go down to the door, and as you listen, you can hear somebody chopping something, and you hear somebody muttering, "It's freaking 2 o'clock in the morning, and I have to cook this crappy meal. Doesn't that guy ever sleep?" And you hear chop, 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 and muttering about having to cook for Regoth. And he says he can wait. It'll take another 5 or 10 minutes. There's nothing else I can do about it. And then you hear sizzling.
So it sounds like it's definitely just a one person
Yeah, it's
kitchen
definitely
right
one
now.
person. And it's kind of echoey, so you think it's probably one person in a fairly large space.
Huh. Okay. Um, I'll go ahead and stealthily go my way back, share the piece of information with everybody.
So 5 or 10 minutes, he's going to be coming out of that room to
Yeah.
deliver the meal. Okay. And we don't know what area here to get what information, do we? We're just kind of guessing one of these rooms or something, aren't we?
Yeah, you know this place is split into 4 areas. You're in just one of the areas, so you're in this area, and then there's the areas, these other areas as well.
I hate to complicate the plan, but hear me out. What if we wait till this so-called dinner thing is done, but as soon as he's about to go out and deliver it, maybe somebody in this group that happens to have maybe like a disguised self can turn themselves into this person and maybe put something in the food that Ragu was suggesting earlier, because now it's kind of prepared for us, like flat out.
All right.
And
Honestly, I like
Yeah.
it.
uh,
I was going to say, I do happen to have disguise self, and if it is going to take him another 10 or 15 minutes, I can ritual cast disguise self to look like the cook, but I need to get a look at the cook.
of course, of course. But my other point though is I don't know what kinds of quote unquote drugs we even have in our arsenal to kind of put someone out. Because I really don't know
I've,
if the thing that you have is gonna put them out necessarily. It's gonna do the opposite. But that's where my plan kind of just goes off. But
well, like I said, I do have that peyote, and it did make him completely non-compos mentos for a while. I know it's very strong. I only gave him a little bit, so if I give this guy a lot more,
mm, I'm just saying that could be the buy-in that we can get straight into his room, and if he's somehow undisposed, then we have liberty to check his room first thing. All we have
and
to do is
yeah,
follow you.
yeah, but I got to figure out where his room is.
Well, you as the chef can ask around and be like, "Ah, crap, where is he again?" or something like that, and then they'll point you in that direction, I would think. But
If you're going to do that, I would recommend saying something to the effect of, "My hands are full. Take me to the room so you can open the door for me."
yep, that there you go.
That's
Much better.
excellent. Excellent. We can do that. And Jeremy, I made this stuff. Would I know some of its dosages? I remember, I only gave Galen the tiniest amount, and he was like, woohoo, loopy, and then ready to take a nap, and I had to carry him. I mean,
Yeah,
what
you
would
would
a
know how
larger
much to
dose?
give them for whatever effect, how strong you want the effect to be.
Okay. And we want the effect definitely strong. Like even if he's not knocked out, he'll just sit there blathering things to,
Is there
tell us the truth.
is there a certain ratio where you could get him to the point where he's one of those like guys who's so high that's like, "What's up, man?" Like that level of high, like he's
Yeah, I
super
was thinking
chill.
that high or a little higher at least. Yeah,
I
where
just
like you
I just
just
don't
ate
want
an
him
entire
alterated.
shroom pizza.
Yeah, I just don't want him alterated. I mean, I don't want him agitated. Sorry, I just want him to be like so calm and relaxed, like he's a surfer
Hmm.
dude, like that level of
Yeah,
chill.
that's. Oh
And
yeah.
what you'll
Oh no, I'm gonna
remember,
make him just a
Galen
little more.
wasn't agitated, so you
Yeah.
don't think this guy would be.
No.
However, different people do react to things differently, so
That's
you can't
why.
be sure.
True.
Okay. But
I'm
I'm
just giving
definitely gonna.
Ragu that guidance that if he has that
Yeah.
level of potency, then that's what we're
Yeah, I
aiming
mean he
for.
knows the approximate dosages, but again, people have different resistances,
Yep.
um,
Yep.
and people react to drugs differently. So you can guess based on Galen what it would do and get pretty accurate as per Galen, but it would be difficult, if not impossible, to be super accurate with someone you never met.
Fair
Okay.
enough. So next
Yeah,
part of
which is
the
why I'm
plan
gonna.
is
Yeah.
next part is we need to get you by the door, and if you can just listen in as soon as you hear him kind of finishing up, you can just go straight in there, maybe knock him out yourself or something, and then turn yourself into him. I mean, we're gonna be right outside if anything really bad for whatever reason happens.
Okay.
Now, mind you, you said that you ritual cast the disguise self, but you're well, we don't know how tall this guy is. 'Cause I was gonna say that
Yeah,
thing only lets
and I
you be as
can.
low as 1 feet lower.
Yeah, and I can hunch down too. I can have my back hunched and bend my knees a little.
Okay.
I mean, Jeremy, you know what I'm talking about, where you make yourself try and look a little shorter.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
However,
Yeah.
to do
We
that
don't know how tall this guy
convincingly,
is.
depending on what the range is, to do it
Yeah.
convincingly might require something like a performance, or what's the other one where you try to trick somebody?
Deception.
Deception, yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
So you want to go by the door then, unless you have another plan of trying to see him before him leaving.
Okay. Well, when you were up at the door, was there a keyhole or a crack you could peek through?
Did I notice that when I was up there?
There wasn't really a keyhole. It doesn't look like that room gets locked. You could potentially see underneath the door because you see light coming out, but it won't be a very good view.
Hmm.
If the door doesn't normally get locked, does it even have a doorknob, or is it just one of those swingy doors?
It's got a
Yeah. Is it
handle.
like that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can pull it open or closed.
All right. In that case, I'm definitely going to need to get a good look at him first.
I do suspect there might be a bar on the inside if somebody really needs to lock it, but you highly doubt they would have done that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just go all the way over there. We'll be outside for whatever reason you need us, but I think it can take care of, you know. But again, he did say 5 to 10 minutes, so make your calculations based on the time you arrive there when you need to go in or something.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Also, with the dosages, I know what a dose would be for Galen, but I'm imagining this guy to be a good 50 pounds, heftier, and I'll give him just a tad more, just to make sure. Better
Fair
to
enough.
overdo than underdo, because it's not lethal.
Okay.
All right. And how are we going to take him out again?
Well, if it's just you in a big room with just one other person and
That
it's the
might be
chef,
kind of loud. Yeah.
but we're gonna be outside. I mean, are you really going to be throwing them against the pans or something?
Oh no, but he might very well do that anyway. That's why I said, it's always easier to take him out with two people. One can grab him from behind, the other one can do it like a knockout blow on his head.
Sure,
Just to
then I'll
keep the
go
noise
right in there
down.
with you then.
Anybody else? Anything else?
Mhm. I don't think I'm stealthy enough for
Sorry, can hear.
that. Nothing, sorry.
Oh,
All right. So what are you doing?
Want to listen by the door, and if it sounds like things are kind of calming down to the point where he's about to be ready, like within within a minute or something like that, then we want to go in.
Okay.
wait. Oh,
So
Pico, do you
Wait,
have silence maybe?
Nope,
Or no?
at least not active.
Okay. I did
Wait,
not
what
know.
did you have?
Yeah,
What did you
silence
say?
or
Silence?
or sleep, something, that would be able to
Oh,
take him out very quietly to not alarm anybody.
I don't have anything like that either.
okay. So we'll just say the rest of the 5 minutes or so passes, and you hear the noise stops, and you hear someone. Uh, sounds like they're picking up something and starting to walk toward the door. So what do you do?
we'll let
Okay.
Ragu go in first, and be the first face, and then I'm gonna try and sneak my way around, or if there, I don't even know how I can sneak in there, but yeah.
No, he's carrying the food. I'll grab him if you grab the tray of food.
Okay, got it. Go.
All right. So what I'm going to have you do then is we'll just have Ragu go first. So what are you going to do?
I walk in. Do I see the guy?
Yeah, he's right here.
Oh, he's right there. Okay, I walk in. I very quickly get over here,
Who are you?
and I go ahead and grab him, trying to cover his mouth, keep sound down. He's about to drop his plate of food. That's when Oreo comes in.
All
I
right.
need to make a grapple.
So you make your grapple. Oreo, you go ahead and make a dex check to see if you can grab the food. Okay, so yep, you grapple him and you get his mouth closed. He's like, "Rrrr!" And Oreo, you dive, just barely catching the tray of food, and so Oreo, you're on the ground, kind of like holding it. Ragu, he's struggling against your might. What are you gonna do?
Can you put him
There's
in some
such a
sort of
thing as a
sleeper hold?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there such a thing as a sleeper hold?
Yeah, that's
Can I
fine.
do that?
Yeah, you can definitely, if your plan's to knock him out, you can knock him out at this point.
Yes, I don't want to hurt him. I just want
There
to
you go.
unconscious.
All right, so he's basically crumpled on the ground. Oreo, you have the plate of food. So what are you gonna do now?
I'm gonna
Let
go ahead and
Ragu
tie him
change.
up.
Yep.
Tie him up and stash him like under a table or in behind here somewhere so he can't be readily seen.
Okay,
Mouth gagged, of course, so he can't cloud very well. And he's a human. About what size? What's he looking like
he's
here?
about 5 foot 6 inches.
All right, I'm gonna have to kind of hunch over. He's a human.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and disguise self, hunch over.
Okay. So like I
I'm
said,
gonna go ahead and
you'll need
put the
to.
dosage of drugs in the food.
Okay. So you'll need to make a disguise or performance check if you want to interact with anybody.
Okay.
Are you guys both in there? Oh, okay.
At
Just in
the
the kitchen.
yeah, just in the kitchen for right now. We successfully got the guy out, and we've got the food. He just changed, and I believe he's just mixing in the weed with the food.
It's safe to go in?
Right now, yeah.
Or I guess I'll explore.
Go for it.
With perception checks of 8 and 3, yep, you haven't been noticed yet.
Okay, I'm gonna look through the kitchen just to see if there's like anything interesting.
Okay, you go into the kitchen and it smells rather good. You can see lots of fine food, meats and cheeses, wines. So very expensive fare. So
Yeah.
it certainly smells like it'll taste delicious.
maybe we should grab some expensive cheese and wine to sell. Maybe? Question mark.
Go for it.
mean-
I don't see why not.
Let's grab some cheese. Some cheese.
All right.
Maybe people would know where it's from.
Good point.
With wines, that might be true. With cheese, probably not.
Yeah, let's just grab some cheese.
All right.
Although before you leave Ragu, this is the only part of the plan where I'm a little bit on the I don't know how we're gonna do it because Jeremy did roll twice there, and this is what's keeping me a little bit hesitant. You're gonna go out. You're gonna start talking to folks. Say that you find or they direct you in that direction. We need to find a way to make sure that we tell you close enough to know where you're going. So, do we want to keep a certain minimum distance, or do we need to be right up and just kind of, I don't know.
I leave Char here. I can communicate with him and try and let you guys know what's going on.
Oh, because you do it telepathically with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait,
Char
then
can kind of like
just point?
with his beak and nudge his head this way, that type of thing.
Okay.
Not very much, just kind of pantomime, but it should be enough. He can indicate to you where I am.
Okay. Fair enough.
All right. So the cook is unconscious. You've drugged the food. So what's next?
Come out this way, and I heard the cook muttering, right? Because Char was with
Yeah.
Oreo, so I was able to hear through his ears. I can kind of okay, fine. We're gonna. It's too early in the morning for this crap. Why am I up to cook for him? Okay,
Yep.
cook for him.
That is part of your deception or performance check.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and open the door for you.
But the rest of us should stay back. Let him do that first, I guess. And Char will be with who? I guess with Pico, since maybe Pico could talk. Well, how understand him best too. I don't know.
Pico might even be able to come with me if he turns into something small. I don't know if he wants to use a thing there. All right. Am I going out this door? Do we have any clue where we're going?
There's no clue. This is where being the chef gives you the bonus of trying to talk your way through the destination, and Dave had a pretty neat way of getting you there.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Pico, did you want to come? If you wanted to get smaller.
I suspect I would probably get noticed if I were on food.
Well, no, what I meant is if you turned into something small like a spider and crawled under my hat or in my pocket.
You're not going to step on me?
What's that? Sorry, I didn't hear you, Dave.
What were you saying, Brosnan?
I said, how are you going to turn into a spider?
Wild shape.
You can do that?
Yep, it's an animal.
He can turn into everything from like a flea to an elephant.
I didn't know that. I thought it was like set things.
Well, it's limited by CR, but as long as you're under that limit, then yeah.
And yeah, a ordinary regular bug isn't exactly a
High challenge rating.
Yeah. Well, that's convenient.
But he can only do it twice a day, and he's limited how long he can be in that shape and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's why I said if you wanted to do that.
All right, I'll go ahead and wild shape into a spider and crawl up on Ragu's boot.
On his boot,
Okay.
you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like on the top going for a ride. Make sure you're like maybe my pant cuff or something so you're a little bit hidden. Sure, you won't be noticed. Okay.
I'm not gonna turn into a tarantula.
No. And we thought down here, we're pretty sure he's not in this particular wing.
You don't know that. Either way.
Okay. I kind of get through the door grumbling and acting like I'm stumbling a little, but making sure not to spill the food. And I was like, hey, you,
you see the worker turn around and says, "What do you want? Aren't you supposed to
I'm
be making food for somebody? I'm kind of."
I'm tired. It's 2 in the morning. I have his food. My hands are full. Take me there and open the doors for me, please. I
Okay.
just want to go to bed.
Okay. As you're saying that, go ahead and give me a deception or a performance check, whichever one you want to do.
Uh, Good luck to me. They both suck.
Okay. So she, for a second there, she looks at you curiously, but then shrugs and says, "Oh, sure. All right. Let me move out of the way so I can get through the door." And then she goes through the door, and she goes right up to this door here. It's like, okay, you just want me to open it for you?
Yeah, my hands are full. Just
Okay,
open the
okay.
door and go back to sweeping.
He opens the door, and let me go ahead and make somebody visible who was hidden. All right. Okay. Well, good luck. And then she goes around you, and then heads back outside. And
I come in.
inside, you see a Tabaxi sitting behind a desk. He's peering down, and he kind of waves, "Just put it down right over there," and then he points on the desk.
I go set it down on the desk and kind of quietly bow out of the room. I know that a certain little spider got off my foot, so I'll just quietly close the door, and
Okay,
we're gonna have to quietly listen. I know he's gonna say something if he needs trouble.
fair enough. So you leave, and it just seems like he kind of waved you away. And Pico, you're now inside the room. You see it's some sort of office, although most of the papers and everything seem to be from the noble house. Although Regoth is has some sort of scroll on the desk next to him, and he keeps trying. He looks like he keeps starting a letter or something, then scratching it out and tossing it on the floor, and writes and then tosses it. And so, what are you gonna
How tall is the plant I'm in?
do? Probably about 3 feet.
And how about this? Is that a bookshelf
Yeah,
next?
so it's a bookshelf, so probably about 6 feet tall.
All right, well, maybe I'll climb my way up to the top of the bookshelf and try and get a better vantage on the desk.
Yeah, you do so. One thing that becomes immediately clear is there is a scroll over there, which definitely looks like it's Regat's. However, you notice a lack of general paperwork. You get the impression that perhaps somebody else is actually responsible for the paperwork.
Hmm, interesting.
So yeah, so you see the scroll that's wrapped up. You can't see the contents. You also see the letter he keeps writing, and you do notice that it's addressed to the Garra de Sombra clan, but he doesn't get much further than that before scratching it out and tossing it.
Interesting.
The what clan?
Garra de Sombra.
Oh,
It's some other Tabaxi clan that kind of shunned all the others and their traditions and stuff like that.
I see.
And there are current little problem. All right, well, backing away from the edge and moving along the wall here, is there anything I've done in this corner?
No, the window is there's curtains blocking the view. Yeah, you look in the corner; it's just an empty corner. Um, and from there, you can see the rest of the office, and there's another empty corner. There's maybe some trash back there, but otherwise, nothing stands out.
All right, well, I'm gonna hang out for the time being and wait to see if he starts digging into his food.
Okay, so you probably wait a good 5 more minutes before he gives up. and starts eating. In the meantime, what's everybody else doing for those 5 minutes or so?
Just waiting till we hear sounds of food being messed with on a
Hiding.
plate. Yep.
Yep. Just hiding next to the door in the shadow, something like that. Being very quiet and waiting for Pico signal.
Fair enough. All right, Pico. So he starts eating his food, and after about a minute or so of eating the food, you notice that he starts looking very pale. And suddenly he grasps his chest, this and falls to the ground.
He just have a heart attack. Oh shit.
I
Oh, he
think
may have
somebody else poisoned his food before I got to it.
I think the dosage may have been off.
Hmm.
slightly.
No, I think somebody else
Wow.
poisoned his food before we got to it.
All
Because
we
my
hear is
my
just a
stuff
big
was
ass
completely
thud.
non-lethal.
Is there just a big
Yeah.
thud
Well,
on the
there
ground?
wasn't really a thud though because he was still near his desk, so he kind of slumped against it. So you heard it, but it wasn't super loud.
It affects their bodies in a different way than it does most humanoids.
Oh boy. All right. Well, then
Um,
that's our cue to come in there. Then is the door wasn't locked, right?
Right.
Okay.
So you go
He'll
in
be
Okay, well,
and you see that him slumped on the desk. You can see drool and foam coming out of his mouth, and
uh,
he's twitching slightly, but otherwise not moving.
I pick his head back,
medical.
being careful not to touch the foam coming out of his mouth. I kind of smell his breath. I look at the foam. This is not the all natural substances that I tried to drug him with. This is
Well,
something a little more material, isn't it?
let me
Or
check
is it?
his
Or I'm trying
From
to
what you
determine
for
can,
that.
medicine
actually,
check.
go ahead and make a medicine check.
Can I help him? Because I'm still
Medicine check or botany?
Well, you're trying to
Let me-
figure out why this happened to him, and your stuff's obviously not going to be in there. So I think it'll be a medicine check.
I mean,
Okay,
whoever's gonna
because
make the roll, I can help them. I've got proficiency in
Yeah,
medicine right now.
I
I'd
think
like to
it's the
make
other
a
way
medicine
around. I
check.
think you'll be making the roll, and he'll be helping
No,
you.
yeah,
Galen might want to do the roll then, because Galen's
because
more
Oh, okay.
medicine.
yeah, I'd be checking for the smell of bitter almonds in the foam of coming out of his mouth, that type of thing,
You do
because
smell the
that's an
stuff you
actual
gave him,
element.
but
Yeah,
you're not sure if that's what caused it. So go ahead and make your
Okay.
medicine check,
Mine
Galen.
is a 3. What's yours,
yeah,
Oreo?
with advantage. I'm helping.
Oh,
Oh, somebody's
mine's a
helping.
mine's a 6 right now because it's a specialized thing.
Oh, wait, what special do you have?
Well, it's the Phantom Rogue thing. So like because she got the traits off of someone who's dead, she gains a
Oh,
specialty for the day essentially, or
yeah, that's
however long.
cool. I'll help you with it then. You make the roll.
Yeah, you
Okay.
make the roll. That's awesome.
Um,
Because
Okay.
I'm guessing
Yeah.
this is something more
So
like
Oreo,
cyanide.
what you can tell is that this guy had some sort of pre-existing health problem. He seemed to have a weak heart, as far as you can tell, and perhaps some other issues. There's a chance, you're not sure if this is true or not, that it might be due to long-term poisoning. Also, it could also be natural, but you're kind of leaning toward the long-term poisoning. Um, and that Ragu's poison on top of that was just a little bit more than the body can handle. You're pretty sure that Ragu's stuff on its own wouldn't have done this. It was just that extra little straw on the camel's back.
Right. Is he like stone dead? Can we
He is
revive him in
absolutely
any way?
he is absolutely dead.
cool. Cool, 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 cool.
Uh,
Well, crap.
Well, we on the silver lining side, we've got a lot of time now to really look at this entire office. So
Yeah,
there's that.
just start going through his pockets and seeing if he's got signet rings, anything.
All right, so the first thing you
Start going
find,
through the whole office.
yeah, so when you go through his pockets, you find a ruby encrusted key. You have no idea what it goes to, but it's definitely very fancy, and if nothing else, going to be worth money. And you do find the letter with the Garra de Sombra seal, which is what that scroll was. And so, are you going to read the letter?
Don't.
Good
Not
idea.
yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
All right, so you keep looking through. You also find that on his person he had 350 silver, and but otherwise you find the office is surprisingly not bare because it has, books on history and various other things that are obviously meant for guests. But Ragath clearly didn't keep much, at least not here. Um, so yeah, so you're going through. One thing you do find is he keeps trying to write a letter over and over again, and it is addressed to his clan clearly. And you get the sense that there's some sort of apologetic bent to the letter, but unfortunately, they're so brief before he scratches them out and throws them away that you can't really make sense of what he's trying to say.
Hmm.
Is there
Okay,
any way
maybe
we
we
can
should
still
go ahead.
take some of them?
Take
Yeah, I
what?
was gonna say
Even if
maybe we should.
some of the scratched letters
Yeah,
that he
you could
keeps
certainly
tossing
take
away?
them. Yeah, there's maybe a dozen of them.
I'll go ahead and kind of when you have scrunched up like dollar bills and you like, straighten them out and then put them all together. Like that's what I'll organize them, put them into my kit.
Fair enough. And
Yeah,
as
go
far
ahead.
as on that scroll, the seal has been broken. So he read it at least once.
Yeah, I think we should go ahead and read this real quick. It might give us a clue on something
Okay.
else.
I didn't know if it was broken or not, so yeah, if it's broken, go for it.
All right. So the letter reads, "You have been tracking Seeker of Oreos and Peak of the Keystone for months. You claimed by doing this you can bring dishonor to our enemies, and yet what good has it done? Who are these benefactors that you claimed are aiding you, and what do they gain? I demand answers and results. You have 2 months, and then you must return." I'll go ahead and put it down in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's kind of alluding to the fact that he's working with the order of or the sword of justice, but it doesn't specifically say the sword of justice. So this is good, but this isn't enough.
Yeah, you get the impression that somewhere somebody has to have more paperwork or more something more concrete, but that Regath, for whatever reason, didn't handle that stuff on his own.
Now, looking around
I'm.
the room, is there anything? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, looking around the room, is there anything readily obvious or anything that this key would go into?
No.
Okay.
In fact, looking around, you're pretty sure it doesn't go to anything in this room.
Sorry, go ahead, Pico.
I am going to go for a walk. And I'm going to just start peeking under the doors of every room.
Okay, let me go ahead and put you over there. So you see a large dining room with two people who are currently hidden. Let me unhide them. They look like twins. In fact, you would say that they look almost alike in every way. They look identical down to the clothes they're wearing, and even their mannerisms and voices are shockingly similar, although they clearly are two different people. They seem to be talking about clothes, shoes, and fashion. And they seem to be paying attention to themselves. Although every once in a while you'll hear one of them say, "Where's my cake?" to the air.
They don't have any interesting equipment or anything, do they?
They have a short sword and a short bow. They're wearing leather armor. They're wearing the same kind of clothes as the other Tabaxi of this clan that you've seen, but outside of that, no.
All right, well, I guess that's not of interest then. I'm going to go ahead and pop back out in the hallway.
Okay.
And I think now it's time to cross over to where the first guard is.
Okay. Yeah, you see him kind of standing around. He's looking out the window, and then he'll move to the other side, look out the window, and come back,
All
etc.
right. Well, when he first goes over to the other window, I'm going to go ahead and take that opportunity to look under this first door.
Okay. You look inside, and you see what looks like a room. Again, somebody's hidden. Um, you see two tabaxis sleeping. It's a well upholstered room. You see a nice carpet, chair, a dresser. You see some sort of a chest for perhaps clothing or whatnot. You see a bookshelf.
Uh, Looking at the bookshelf, does it look like there's anything of consequence on there?
Probably nothing from these tabaxi.
All right. And what about that dresser or whatever at the top of the room?
Yeah, it looks like probably a closed dresser, but all the drawers are closed.
All right. Well, I'll ditch out on that and move on to the next room.
Okay. All right.
Uh,
So yeah, inside you see what looks like another office. Hold on. You see not another office. I mean another room. You see two tabaxi sleeping. You see a nice couch. You see a polished table with a candle on top. Potted plant. You see another dresser with the drawers closed.
all right. I'll go ahead and peeking under the door. Going to wait for that tabaxi guard to cross by, then go south to the next door.
All right. So you go into the next door and you see a large dining area. You can see that the tables are polished, the chairs are polished, and but the room is currently empty.
That's weird the way the shadowing is in this corner. Is that normal?
It's because it's the wall, so you get black and black.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll go ahead and move on down to the southeast section.
All right. So you move to the south, and you hear voices on the other side of that door. You still gonna go through?
I'll crawl to underneath the door. I'll be under the door so I can see into the room and hear what's going on, but I won't actually really go into it.
Okay, so you see what looks like some sort of library and sitting room or something along those lines, and you see two tabaxi having a quiet discussion while drinking wine. One of them says, "Yes, flask of wine was my ancestor. He was the jungle guide of Aladrin when our clan ancestors tried to colonize the place." Then the other one says, "Right, we all know that Flask of Wine was a member of the Jungle Paw Trailblazing clan." And then the first one says, "No, you got it wrong. That is what the Garra de Daga want you to think. They do everything they can to insult us." And then the other one says, "Don't be ridiculous. We know that you know that isn't true." And they continue to argue back and forth.
And you said this was a library, so everything looked normal in here.
Yeah, so you can see several shelves, bookshelves, and you can see a number of tomes. From what you can tell from your position, it looks like it's mostly regional history and fiction.
All right, I'm gonna. Oh, okay. Guess that's walls again. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and back out again then.
All right,
And next door.
all right. On the other side of that door, you hear somebody grumbling, um, and you hear scratching.
I'm gonna get underneath the door and have a look inside without actually entering the room.
Okay, so why does that? Oh no, that's right. Never mind. Anyway, so you see a tabaxi who seems to be hunched over writing a letter, but you can't see what the letter is from where you are. However, he seems to be muttering to himself as he does so.
All right. Is he saying anything interesting?
You're gonna get on the desk and try to look at it.
No, is he saying
Oh no,
anything
he's just
interesting?
muttering about being tired and wanting to go home.
All right. I'm going to, let's see, and he's focusing on the desk. I'm going to go ahead and follow the baseboards around. I'm going to go behind the cabinet here, and then I'm going to crawl up towards the ceiling and kind of look down at the desk.
Okay, so the letter itself seems to be addressed to Dara of the Garra de Sombra clan. It seems to be a personal letter talking about he misses her and wishes they could go back home soon. They are looking for some people and working to better the clan's position, and that he hopes that by doing so his own position may rise so that their kids can have a better future than he had.
Geez, if only they'd have been willing to work for peace like all the other clans. All right. Do I see anything other than the letter? Does there look to be anything interesting? Could this be the room I'm?
You doubt it. You don't use what little other things you see seem to be in this guy's handwriting, and you don't see anything official or interesting looking.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and retrace my multitude of footsteps back down to this door.
Okay.
On to the next one.
Okay. You go to the other side, and you see a storage area. Most of the boxes and crates are closed, so you can't tell what's inside, but it looks fairly plain.
All right. In that case, I'll move on to the southeast corner, or southwest corner, I mean.
Yep.
All right, running out of doors.
Okay, so in here you go through and you see a fairly large room with a lot of beds. It appears to be a servant's quarter. I don't have tokens for them, but each bed has what appears to be a Tabaxi servant sleeping in the bed. It's pretty clear that that's what they are, and if any sort of combat ensues, it's unlikely these guys would be involved.
All right. Um, all right, I'll go ahead and bail out of this room.
Okay.
Next door.
Okay, at the end of the hall, you see the other Tabaxi who's been guarding, and you go underneath, and you see another office, this one larger, and here you see a scroll with an official looking seal on it. The seal depicts a pickaxe and a nugget of stone or ore. However, even though the seal is broken, the letter or whatever it is has been tied back up.
All right, that's very fascinating. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick circuit around the room. Do I see anything else of note?
You're looking around. You do see um, some notes about requisitioning supplies. You see some official paperwork that it looks like the clan has submitted to the city lord. Stuff about stopping the expedition and whatnot. So there's some correspondence there. Although it's stuff that you would expect to see, considering they've been doing these legal matters, and you're seeing that legal paperwork.
Now, what about anything that one key might work in?
Nope, nothing the key would fit here.
All right, I'll come back to this room, move on to the next one.
Fair enough.
I guess this is the last door here.
All right. So yeah, you go inside, and let me reveal them because you see on each bed a Tabaxi is currently sleeping. Um, so yeah, four Tabaxi sleep in a large, nicely furnished room. They're snoring, but otherwise everything's normal.
And it looks like more standard footlockers over
Yeah.
here. All right, and just to be clear, would have been looking for anything that key would have worked in. I didn't see anything unusually fancy as far as lock boxes.
Nope. You do not see anything that looks like that key goes to.
All right, well, I'm going to back out of this room. I'm going to come back down to this room.
Okay.
All right. Does this room look like? Well, I guess nobody's in it, so it's not locked, right?
Actually, the door was locked to this room.
Oh, okay. Well, that's handy. I am going to. And this is a bookshelf over here.
Yeah.
Okay, I am going to exit wild shape. I am going to look for anything that seems noteworthy here.
Okay. Yeah, that's the same stuff I told you before.
Yeah, so there's that scroll, so I'll grab that. That you said that was rolled up, right?
Yeah.
Now that I can read it, what's it say?
All right. Let me go ahead and open it up. All right, so you open it up, and it is a letter. Like I said, the wax seal is depicting a pickaxe and nugget of stone or ore. Um, it you it looks like it's that's the seal of some organization or person or what have you. And then it says, "How are the plans proceeding? As previously discussed, we cannot suffer another disgrace. They must be removed so that we have time to act while you are looking for them. I'm sure they will figure out the truth soon enough, so they must be captured before then and before the guilds catch wind of this. If they find out and then go to the guilds, it's over. And if that happens, so is our deal." And at this point, I'm going to have you make a history check.
I'm probably not gonna. Wait a minute. Yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna do great on that. Although, let me verify something. Let's see. First, I guess let me go find my skills to see. Yeah, that'll be mediocre. But let's see. Was it under features? Was this it? Writing skills and meeting skill. Image feature. You now very quickly pick up on the social subtle nuances. Regional lore. You add your proficiency bonus to your regional lore skill roll, even if you are not proficient in that
So fair
specific.
enough. So roll history plus your proficiency if you don't already have proficiency.
All right. Which I don't. So we'll go ahead and just gonna be. We'll add a +2 to whatever my roll is.
So with a 12, nope, you do not recognize the seal, but you're pretty positive it is not of one of the major noble houses, although you think it might be of one of the minor noble houses.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and pocket the scroll. Searching the desk, so I see anything else of consequence on top of or inside any drawers.
You do not. Other than, like I said, paperwork that clearly they've been filing with the current government.
Yeah, anything that seems legitimate, I am going to leave alone unless. Is there anything that indicates what their grievance with us is, or that they're trying to claim it is?
Um, you from what you can tell. Oh yeah, from the paperwork you would. So yes, their grievance is that the clan leadership has not given you authorization to basically to be here or to go off and explore another world without proper supervision, and that according to clan law, you would need specific explorers with you in order to do so.
Alrighty.
And there's a bunch of legalese as well, and there's just enough obscure clan law indicated in the documents that someone who has only a passing knowledge of Tabaxi law could easily be confused into thinking it's a legitimate complaint.
And then this was a bookshelf here.
Yeah.
Anything there?
There you just find normal guest type stuff, like history books and whatnot.
Alrighty.
So from what you can tell, you can, if you were able to figure out what whose seal this is, you would at least know who they're working with, and it's probably pretty clear from all this stuff that that they have nefarious means based on the two sets of things together.
All right. Well, we've got ways to research this, I suppose. I'm going to go ahead and use my remaining wild shape to turn back into a spider.
Okay. And you're going to go back to the rest of the group, or are you going somewhere else?
Nope, back to the rest of the group.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move you up there, and we'll go ahead and rejoin with the camera. So you arrive, finding everybody else still in that office. So what do you say?
All right. Well, I'm not going to leave spider form just yet, but fortunately, since I can spin a web, I will go ahead and um, weave a brief message. Found evidence. Time to go. And then distraction question mark.
Okay, we can do that.
Although actually, now that I think about it, I'll weave out call for help question mark and weave an arrow towards Kuragoth there.
Yeah, I kind of nod. I think I get it. I think I get it. Okay, how long has it
Then
been? Oh, go ahead.
one last. Well, let's see. My move is 2. I mean, wouldn't have taken. It would have taken maybe a number of minutes to loop all the way around. Most of the rooms, I think, would have been, taken less than a minute to check. I think really the only rooms that would have taken a little while would have been when I was looking at the personal letter and then the one with the we got the scroll. But even those seem like they'd really only take a few minutes. So I don't know, maybe 15.
That sounds fine. 15 minutes.
Okay,
All
that
right,
means
and
my disguise self spell's still in effect.
I'll weave a little message: destroy these webs.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right. So what are you guys
All
going to
right,
do?
all right. Did you guys? I think maybe if you go down here to this very end of the hallway, I, as the chef, will run over here and yell for help. And that way, when the guards are running over to this place, we can sneak in through the bottom. Or do you think it was the other direction?
We can do that. I mean, it makes sense if we see all of them huddle up in this general direction. I don't see why we can't just like make our way from the bottom.
While they're planning that, I go crawl over to the hole and basically prepare to start covering our getaway if this is the direction we have to go.
Fair enough. You are a
Yep.
spider, so you could do that just fine. All right.
Yep.
So Hiko's gone. So what are you guys doing?
So you should go all the way to
Okay.
the end of the hall, and we'll start making our way down to the south.
So all the way this way?
Yep, and then everybody else, let's get over here.
All right. So everybody
All right.
bunches up by the door. Ragu, you're at the end of the door. So what are you doing?
I'm going to step out into the alley here and in my best human voice, help! 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 Help!
All right, you do so,
Ragged, help!
and next thing you know, Tabaxi shows up. Several Tabaxi show up in the hallway. Tabaxi comes from the south and opens the door, and
Of course.
and says,
Why didn't he come over
"Intruders!"
here where I was yelling? Why didn't he come over
Uh-oh.
here where I was yelling?
Because he was trying to come to you.
He was trying
Well,
basically.
yeah, I was standing there in the courtyard. You think he would have gone straight through the courtyard to come to me?
That's actually a good point. I was thinking he'd go through the hallway to get to you, but okay, that's fine.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah,
that's
all
why I
right. So he's going.
specifically stepped outside the door.
Fair enough. The door is closed. All right. So you get a bunch of people coming. You get people waking up, and
And we can see based off, and I mean, I tell Gillen and Devon because they're right by the freaking window to like hunch down or something so that they aren't obviously seeing.
Oh.
But we can see obviously all of them huddling up, right?
Yeah. So I'm just there we
In that case,
go.
as soon as that's happening and we see that there's like enough there, I want to start undoing the making sure that as quietly as I can, I start opening the door. I just see a bunch more actually getting started there. Okay, yeah.
Very
All
quiet.
right. At this
Yeah.
point in time, you see a whole bunch of tabaxi out in the courtyard. And Ragu, you are now completely surrounded by tabaxi who are saying, "What? What? What?"
And I just kind of point and hold my, almost sobbing, regards, regards,
I've
just
already opened
pointing
the
the
door.
finger down the hall.
All right.
I'm not going to go into the door. I'm just going to let them fill in past
I've
me.
already, and
Let's
before,
go.
while he's,
Regards.
by the way, while he's doing that, I've already opened the door and started like trying to hustle these guys at the door. And then as soon as the last person is out the door, I'm closing the door so they don't see anybody on this side of the.
So fair enough. I'm gonna make the four of you running out of there roll stealth, but you have advantage because of the commotion.
Yeah, they're still all looking at me, and I'm trying to get them all to no, the hallway
You
down
need to
there.
use your freaking fate point right now, my dude, because we need.
I am using my fate point to re-roll.
Well, no, at least half made it.
Okay, okay.
Wait, you can roll tailing? That's a thing.
Yeah, you're
What's
supposed
that?
to be with advantage. I heard.
No, I said you can roll tailing, like not stealth, but tailing.
If you have tailing, but that's
Really?
under stealth. But yeah.
I do have. I didn't know that. Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah, because the idea with tailing here is that that's stealth on the move, where you're trying to be discreet while keeping an eye on people, and that's kind of what we got going on here.
So two of you made it. Um, it looks
If
like
if we
Ire
need to,
didn't
I will
quite make
re-roll.
it. So Galen, are you gonna re-roll? Because Pico, you don't have
If
to roll because you're already there.
Yeah, but if it's
I
only
have
4 and
to,
2 people made it, that's at least half the group.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right, so yeah, you guys made it. So go ahead and move yourselves over. All right, so people are shoveling or moving past you slowly, but you're still surrounded because there's just so many tabaxi, and you hear down the hallway, "Wait, we can't all pile into the room. Stay there." And then
oh
you
boy.
hear some of them enter the room, and the rest are kind of milling around. It's like, what's going on? What's going on? So what are you gonna do, Ragu?
They're in there. Go look. And just trying to encourage them to crowd in without pushing them through the damn door. No, go. You have to see for yourself.
Go ahead and make a
It's
performance check.
Oh
Oh
boy.
God.
horrible.
You should really let me do these types of things in the future.
All right, hold on. Yeah, hold
Wait,
on. I'm
and did
gonna
you have
fail this so
disguise
bad.
self?
Yeah, disguise self. It was still
No,
up.
no. Galen, did you have disguise self?
Oh, I don't actually.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say
That'll
because if you
All right.
did, I don't know why we
Performance, you
didn't do
say?
that.
Yeah.
Okay, normal. Do I get advantage on anything? No.
Probably not. No. All right, but you are
Ooh.
convincing, and your emotions just like, oh, the crap, there must be something really wrong. We got to get in there. And they
Yes.
crowd in there and pack themselves in, and you hear someone inside, I told you, wait outside. What are you doing? You don't know. Ah! All
I'll
right,
go
Greg.
get a cleric, and then I'll shut the door and lock it from the outside and run over here.
All right.
Oh God.
All right, you guys make it to your tunnel, and what do you do?
Time to begin
All
the
right,
crawl.
I'm popping back normal form. Is Char coming?
Yeah, where is Char? I don't even see him. I need to have eyes on Char.
He was on the map, but we'll assume he's with you.
Well,
All right, I'm
no, I mean
seeing-
I can't physically see him. If he goes around a corner, he's in the dark. That's why I said, like if I could see him, eyes illuminate.
Well, Jeremy's
Then
saying
I'd
that
have
you
to
have
see
the
something
owl
else.
with you, even if you can't
Yeah,
literally
so
see
I
it.
put him on there, but yeah,
Oh, okay.
you don't need to worry about it. He's
Okay,
with you.
cool. All right, cool.
So what's going on?
He can stay here if you want. He can stay here if you want.
Oh.
He can always fly up.
Crawl, crawl.
Oh no, I thought you said he was in the tunnel with us now, right?
Yeah.
Just crawl. Don't
I'm
talk
sealing
about
the entry
bird.
and we're leaving.
once you're
Okay.
sealing the
Bird can
entry,
fly.
you hear yelling, "He's been poisoned!"
We need to crawl. I'm crawling. I don't care what the rest
And
of
next
you
thing
all
you
are
know,
doing. I'm getting out of here.
you hear people walking around, running around the place above you. You hear all sorts of foot traffic, pretty close to the tunnel, but it fades as you crawl down and escape.
Now, for what it's worth, this isn't crawling. It's a 5 foot tall tunnel. I am going luxurious here. Although keep
Oh
in mind that
God.
we don't actually have a full tunnel. Uh, Galen, we're actually in essentially a 25-foot hallway that I'm creeping forward as we go. That's why it took us so
Huh.
long to get here.
Got
Yeah.
it. Okay.
So,
Yeah, he takes from the front and fills in the back, so we're
Like a
basically just gonna
worm.
pill. Yeah.
All
I
right.
just realized we should have untied the cook before we left.
He'll be fine. Everybody's on high alert. They'll find him.
Well, it's not that.
Well,
well,
It's
no, that's
just
the
that no.
problem though, is because I
It's
think the cook might have been the one that
oh no!
poisoned
exactly.
him,
So now they'll
but now he
suspect
looks
foul
innocent.
play.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No,
Yeah.
I mean foul play is a given,
Yeah.
and really, I mean, cook
But
being
if we
taken out
could
being
have,
poisoned is kind of a foreseeable.
yeah. But if we could have framed it on the cook, it would have been just like a closed investigation. Like, okay, yeah, the cook did it. Move on. Like, it wouldn't
Yeah,
have
but
been like,
I
well,
don't think
who
it
if
else?
the
would have
cook
been
had
that
woken up,
simple.
he
Tied
would have
up.
been. Yeah, he was.
They
He
would have,
if he.
they would have suspected him. I don't think it would have been an open and shut case.
But what
though.
if he tied himself up
Oh
to make it
God.
look
Either
like?
way, if
Well,
he had
there's
been
nothing
awake, he
that's
would have
really
sounded the alarm early.
here. I am just going to go ahead and look, and of course, we're making a point to police up the twine as we're going.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, it's another 2 hours, but
No, 90 minutes this time because I don't have to use the locate
Yeah, we
flank.
had the. Yeah, we
Using
have the
oh, fair
time.
enough.
twine.
Okay, so 90 minutes, and so it's like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, probably 4 o'clock in the morning by the time you get back. But you show up in the park, and once you pop out, you can see flashes of light from the direction of the estate. You see guards running around, and you hear something about murder. Um, but so far they're off in the distance. So what do you do?
And I mean, and there would have been an hour and a half for all that big hustle and bustle. So most of the urgency would have already passed us by. So get everybody out. I'm going to go ahead and make sure to actually, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just completely fill in my little excavation. I don't want to leave any evidence of it. So I'll put it all back as normal as it was, and we'll go ahead and head back to the guild quarters, I suppose, unless people got a better plan. I wonder if,
The only thing I was gonna say is that precipitation stuff can clean soil, right?
yeah,
Can you clean us all up before we go anywhere else?
definitely.
Okay.
And was
I'll
there a
do that
question
as
about
we're
a
getting ready
seal?
to
Can we
exit
look?
out.
Yeah.
What'd you say,
Was,
Ragu?
was there a question about the seal? Can we look and see?
Let's do that when we're actually out of like.
No,
Yeah.
actually,
Oh,
Ragu
boy.
would have had an hour and a half to figure that out while
Okay.
I was doing the excavating. So there's, in fact, anybody who wants to do any research on that, there's plenty of time while I'm moving the way along.
Okay, so
I've got
whoever wants
proficiency
to
in
look
history,
at it,
but I'll
whoever-
give my help to Ragu.
yeah, so whoever wants to
Okay.
look at it, go ahead and give me a history check. The DC is 15.
think I
Obviously,
got
you
it.
made it. So the seal is from House Lagai, who considers themselves disgraced as they were forced to move from the city to make way for House Aikla of Thomer. And this occurred when the big boom happened about when Lumev was discovered, and there was a lot of and there was foreign nobility that was moved into the city, and so that these foreign nations can take part.
Ready.
So many different types of cats.
I can't hear you. Say that again.
I was just saying there's so many different houses.
I don't think those are considered Tabaxi
Oh, I
houses.
thought it was a Tabaxi house.
No, no,
Is it
no.
just
Yeah,
like
this
a
No.
is
quality house?
this is from Mavin. So basically, what happened, and
Oh.
if in the initial description of Mavin, it's in there. But what happened is once the exploration of, or once Lumev started opening up, and all these portals started opening up, there was a deal between the nearby countries. In order to make sure they're a part of this, and so some of the older noble houses, the minor noble houses, were actually evicted from the city so that the new houses could come in and use their estates, and make it their own estates, and that caused friction. And this is one of those houses, and that's why their Lagai house is not on this list. Sorry, on this list because this list only includes the noble houses that are actually in the city.
Hmm.
And here you can see the Ikla house of Thomer, which is the name of the country, or of the kingdom. Um,
I
anyway,
see.
so yeah, you guys get cleaned up. So what are you doing from here?
We need to go to the Nexus Guild, yeah?
Yeah, in fact, is the Nexus Guild grounds reasonably well sealed?
Reasonably well, what?
Sealed, like our fortified. I mean, I actually, do we have the ability to go on there after hours, or do we have to wait till the morning?
You'd have to wait until the morning.
I say that we've gone after hours before because we showed up with a bunch of dead Kylon, and the guards opened the gate and called the
That's true.
contacts for
That's true. There are guards, so if you can convince the guards to let you through, you can do that way as well.
Maybe
Although,
Yeah,
after
so
committing
maybe
murder, we shouldn't. Yeah.
maybe we don't want to be drawing too much attention there.
Yeah, let's just
did we ever
hide
figure out
out
what
in
this
the
Ruby key
morning.
goes to?
Sorry, what did you say, Joe? I didn't hear him. Something in
Sorry.
I
the
was voting that we go in the morning, but that's
Okay.
not really important.
Oh yeah, morning's fine too. It works either way.
I think we should probably do it in the morning. So we've covered our traces quite a bit enough that I think we should have one good night's worth of sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, yes, the only one of us who was actually spotted was disguised. Well, I guess technically you weren't, but then again, the chef would have been distracted by Ragu. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, Ragu wouldn't have been disguised at the time.
Yeah, the chef would have definitely seen Oreo.
And Ragu.
Yep.
That's too bad.
Yeah, but I came bursting in and kind of grabbed him from behind right away. So he had only had a few seconds of looking at me, and when he had a good look at Oreo is when I was putting him in the sleeper hold. So maybe a lack of blood to the head, he could have faded out. He won't have but vague description. He was a big tall guy and another one of them cat people. That's vague description. Wouldn't necessarily point directly to us.
Yeah,
Baby
true
steps. We'll
enough.
take care of each trouble as they come along. So let's just
Yeah,
go to
I
bed
agree.
and then we'll wake up in the morning and go straight there.
Okay.
Sleepy time, then Nexus Guild.
Fair enough. So everybody goes to your places, and you have a little bit of a sleep, and wake up the next day. It is now Ryziel 9th. It is another mild day. It is clear, and there's a slight wind from the southwest. So what are you going to do?
Well, I think as soon as we can go to the Nexus Guild, we'll do that, because the sooner we can get this going, the better. Because we need them to know what's actually going on, and if they, plus also, once it's clear there's some sort of other conspiracy going on, then we're a lot less likely to get into legal trouble here.
Fair enough. All right.
Yeah,
You
and
show.
I'm also prepared to give a full report on having seen the foam coming out of his mouth and be reasonably confident that it was long-term poisoning that he's been getting for a while.
All right, so you show up, and Elru seems to be waiting for you, and she says, "Well, last night was exciting. Come on," and she takes you inside.
Oh,
Uh,
right. We've got our alibi. Perfect.
and then she leads you to Carl, and then she bounces off. And Carl's sitting behind his desk. He says, "Come in. I hear there's been a murder. The news is traveling quickly. Apparently, it's the leader of the Tabaxi delegation has been killed in the night by poison. So
We
I
have
think now's the time to explain."
we do have evidence that the Tabaxi who had been poisoned last night was not a single dose and go like an assassin. He had been getting slowly poisoned, probably with like an arsenic or a cyanide for a very long time, and it's slowly wore down his body. And it just so happened to be on the night when he took his final lethal dose.
I see.
Mm.
And what sort of proof do you have?
Well, it's not like I was going to touch it, but I was
The fact
able
that
to.
he's dead.
Yeah, I was able to examine his body freshly collapsing because we were being very sneaky and quiet, and you said no questions, so I'm not going to answer. But we were
Well,
being
first
very
off,
sneaky and
let's
quiet, and
start
he
with
just slumped over.
look. Let's get to the important. That's, believe it or not, not the most important part. We can figure all that out. First off, here's some evidence. That a they're not from the Garra de Daga clan, and and they're conspiring with some unknown benefactor. So here are the scrolls from their other clan. Here's something with a seal from a different house they're working with. I think uh, Ragu figured that out on the way back. Um,
I
Yeah,
assume.
it's in the chat. It's a house lord guy, and then yeah.
Yeah, I can cut and paste it back in chat if you want, but it's exactly what you gave us.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so he's looking at that and says, yeah, so they were working with someone within the city, and them not being of your house, I can't say I'm terribly surprised. It seemed odd that they would care so much, and I don't know your customs, and maybe this is normal, but something felt off about it, so I'm glad that was right. And yes, this is their seal, all right. And these seals are, they have a small magical signature, I guess you'd say, so they can be authenticated by people with the right skills. And I happen to be one of those people, and I can tell you that it is a legitimate seal. And if the words were altered, the seal is also altered. So we have pretty firm evidence that someone of this house wrote this, these contents, and so it is clear that for some purpose, House Guy has turned against the city, or at least the guild. So we do not know why, and maybe in the future we will send, if you can help us out with that. But for now, we will take that. In the meantime, we will
One
be.
question about that though. Why were they forced out of the city again?
It was this diplomatic thing between the emperor, the city lord, and the kings of the other kingdoms, nearby kingdoms, who all laid claim to the discoveries and who wanted to be a part of everything. And there's only so many legal houses that can be involved. It's a big political nonsense. A bunch of people jockeying for position, uh, for favor. Just being around things like this increases favor for your house, etc. I don't have all the gory political details, but they were removed for purely political reasons. And no, it wasn't fair. I feel bad for them, but nevertheless, they are still breaking the law.
I see. Okay.
Anyway, now that we know who they're working with, we will now take action because there's no point in hiding anymore. And once we have dealt with them, we will set up another. We will start preparing for another expedition in the future. Um, we have some ideas as far as that expedition, and which we'll go over with you. But since you will be the group sent next, do you have any special requests or timelines? Anything you'd like to request from the expedition, preferred to do or not do, or any, would traveling within, several weeks be good, or do you have other things you need to do with your lives?
Well, this may be where revisiting the events of last night might come in because now that we've gotten the big conspiracy part out of the way, there is still the matter of the fact that, the leader of the quote unquote diplomatic expedition has died. What kind of, given what you know now about them, what kind of complications can we foresee here?
Oh, there will be much in the way of complications. There will be, of course, that clan will use that as far in their legal battle against us removing them, and there'll be some nasty thing there. However, they are clearly breaking the law. They clearly have been fraudulently posing as another clan. Their diplomatic immunity is therefore revoked and was never valid. So I am confident that our city lord and our nobility can deal with them. It will be a battle, but as far as you are concerned, I know that you had at least some involvement, whether intentional or not. However, nobody else really does, and I plan on keeping it that way. I am not happy that somebody was killed, but on the other hand, what is done, and it's not like he was a good person.
Well, for what it's worth, it was in fact an accident, and I guess there's a sort of a way we could even kind of prove that. Um, Ragu, do you want to go ahead and give them a sample?
No, don't give them.
Oh
Well,
God.
actually,
No.
Ire or Galen, which one of you was it? Ire? Or no, Oreo. You can give just your full report. You did do an amazing medicine check and was able to figure out about his internal organs already having failed or failing, and they have
Yeah,
the
but
body to autopsy to prove it.
the point I'm trying to get at is that okay, the peyote stuff isn't meant to be fatal. I mean, as evidenced by the fact that Galen is standing right here. Um, so the idea being is that this is what we used, and they find traces of that. I mean, keep in mind, this is just for the benefit of the Nexus Guild, not for any formal investigation. This is just so that they can
Okay.
see, oh, they detected this. Here's a sample of what it was to show that this is what we used, so
Yeah.
that it's like, okay, they can confirm this isn't meant to be a deadly poison. And if they compare that against whatever else they find out from the body, that should help
Okay.
show that poisoning and other health issues were in fact
So
something else.
it's not going to go into any sort of major or official city investigation. It's just to let the rest of the Nexus Guild know that we're not psycho murderers.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is just so that Carl knows that yeah, that this
Yeah.
was
I
my
give us a little give a little sample. It's supposed to be completely non lethal. Just makes you a little loopy for a while.
He looks at it, and he says, I'm guessing, he kind of chuckles a little, that this was from Lumev, isn't it?
Yeah.
He brings in
Most
Elro.
of it. There's parts from my own botany kit, but yeah,
Elro
from
goes
Lumev as
ahead and
well.
takes it, and he says, "We'll have that tested." And he looks a bit relieved, and he says, "You know what? I believe you, and I'm thankful that it was an accident, and you didn't go in intending to just assassinate people. So thank you for letting
No.
me know."
yeah, after we saw what it did to Galen, our plan was actually hopefully that it would make him very easygoing, or
And
just
very talkative and not very imaginative, if you get the idea.
sufficiently mentally impaired that he would be easy to work around. It was quite the shock when he keeled over instead.
Yes, and that is why we immediately registered, rendered a medical examination and assistance. And it was far too late to help, but we were able to realize that he'd been getting poisoned for a very long time now. So his own peoples were doing this to him for a while.
I see. Well, that is definitely good to know. And like I said, I think we are done with that because I think this will be enough evidence to remove their complaint and remove that delegation from the city. And like I said, we'll have a legal battle, but that doesn't involve you or me at that point.
So in
Oh,
that,
and
so
related. Oh, sorry. Related to that, part of the reason I was bringing up the issue with Ragath was is that um, if it's more convenient that we are relatively inaccessible during this, being on another expedition would certainly be a convenient obstacle.
He thinks about it. That is a good point.
And it even alludes in the letters, even though it doesn't say outright, that they have a way of doing what they're doing whilst the red tape is keeping the gate closed. So I'm still thinking they have another way in. So this does ruin their plans a bit more.
All right then. Well, the earliest we can put an expedition together based on some plans that we are in the process of making will be on America Day the 13th, which means that you have a couple of days. In the meantime, we really can't make it any sooner because we're doing a bit more research and trying to figure out what your best next steps are. And so, in the meantime, I would suggest that you tie up any loose ends that you have here.
Excellent. Oh, while you're putting the expedition together, I have kind of an odd question. On the
Oh,
other expeditions before us, oh, go ahead.
sorry. Before we get to that, um, one other loose end. I mean, maybe this won't be a big deal given everything else, but the chef did see Ragu and Oreo, although briefly enough that maybe it's not an issue. Um, the chef was not harmed, to the best of my knowledge.
No,
So,
no. Sleep,
but
not him.
that's something to be aware of.
Yes, I think we will have to talk to the Moriddel house and discuss what's been going on there. As far as I know, they have no love for the Largai, so I don't believe they are knowingly involved in anything. And we'll see what we can do about that. Thanks again for bringing that up. It's good to have all the information. So, do you agree then on the next expedition on America Day, the 13th of Rizel?
Sounds
Yes.
good.
So then that means you have 4 days to get your affairs in order.
Okay. Oh, and I said I was going to ask in all the previous Lumev expeditions, and they brought back lots of stuff and things. Did they ever bring back something that looks like this?
Oh
And
boy.
I produce a small illusion of a 1 foot round by 1 inch thick disc.
Yes, actually. My understanding is they have four of those.
Oh, how convenient.
Okay, it might be helpful for us to have them when we go on our next expedition. If you could arrange for them to be part of our equipment.
Can I ask why? Actually, I should ask why.
Yeah, so there's this kind of temple-like thing that
No,
requires,
we gave
I
them.
believe.
Yeah, that should have been part of the report.
Yeah,
Oh,
part of
Yeah.
the report.
you mean the spire? Yes.
Yeah.
And you were missing one of these to open it up or something. I'll have to
Yes.
go look at it again. But yes, I remember. Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Yeah.
Cool.
We will furnish you with the 4 discs when you go, when it's time for the expedition. We don't want to have things like that floating around in the meantime, for obvious reasons. And at the point in time, we will have some more concrete details on what we want you to do. And we've discovered a little bit of information based on what we brought back. And so you'll be filled in about that as well.
Okay. Is there any information on, like, say, identifying or comprehending on the languages? Any little tips or tricks that I might have to learn or brush up on for it to be more effective over there?
We have been working through that. Unfortunately, we haven't made the breakthrough yet where the spell um, can be used very well. We'll have to finish understanding the language. It's very, very complex.
Oh, I can
Um,
actually help with that.
but we suspect that we will have more insight on that on the following expedition.
Excellent. Okay.
So, I would suggest that you go and prepare and take it easy. Is there anything else you would like beforehand? Or sorry, is there anything else you need before we wrap this up?
Anybody?
If not, then here is your reward. And then Elru walks in and hands everybody a pouch. And inside the pouch is 150 silver. And this is for finding out that information so that we know where to take next to take our investigation.
How much was in it for each of us again?
150 silver.
150.
Okay.
Let me put that in the chat just in case I'm not coming through well. There you go.
Now, actually, 150 silver or like 15 gold.
Good point. They would actually give it to you in gold, so it's actually 15 gold in each pouch.
Cool.
Just to reduce the weight a bit. Alrighty, so if there's nothing else, I want to thank you again for somehow sneaking in there and gathering the information and not having to go through the guards. And one person died, but it could have been much, much worse. And actually, I feared it might have been much worse, and because obviously, if you had to fight for your lives, of course you would. So thank you again, and we will certainly keep your discretion and your capabilities in mind if we need more help unraveling these mysteries. So for now, I'll talk to you later in a couple of days when you're ready for the expedition. Okay, so he takes you, you get escorted back out again by Elru as usual, who's bouncing around and just like, exciting! And then she disappears. So what do you do?
Well, first item of business, I think it is time to get in a cat nap.
Fair enough.
Because, yeah, we didn't actually get a proper rest, and
Yep, so everybody go ahead and take a short rest, whatever that means, if you used any abilities and whatnot.
I was going to say, I've already discussed with Pico the idea about going through the what is it? Second, sorry, notes. Oh yeah, to go through the south gate and the Vac. I believe I know a place that you might be interested in.
Oh,
It might take a little fighting and some, little cardio exercise there, yeah? but I think you might be interested.
What is it?
It's a place. I
Yeah.
think maybe the party should go, but Pico is not catnapping, and I think we all should get a little bit of rest. But it's two things we can do over the next 4 days that could be a little fun, yeah.
What is this place?
Uh,
I'm taking.
it's hard to describe. It's right up your alley, though.
Okay.
If you're needing more bones and hands and thingies.
I wouldn't complain.
All right, so everybody takes your cat nap and gets your short rest out of the way. Once you have finished your short rest, it is I don't know how long you guys sleep, but we'll say it's afternoon. So what do you do from there?
Pico, did you want to do that trip, or do you want to go exploring maybe the little bit of a fisticuffs area?
For starters, I went ahead and switched out locate animals or plants in favor of hold person.
Okay.
And what are you talking about, Ragu?
I've told you twice about the lady outside town.
Okay. I mean, keep in mind, I literally have not been paying attention while you've been off on your adventure. So when you say that you told Pico, Pico knows more than I, as Pico's player, knows.
He was talking
Okay,
about how the
to
lady was
explain.
supposed to give you a way to talk
Psychic
while you're in
ability so
Peaceful.
that you can, yeah, we got to go talk to this lady out the south gate, and she might very well be able to give you the psychic ability so that you can actually talk to us when you're in animal form, so you don't have to burn your animal form early in order to say yes, no, or maybe to us.
And what was the other thing?
The other thing was just a neat little clubhouse area I found. It's got lots of bones and stuff, and I thought it might be a little bit of good fun, to get some combat in for us, a little training before we go off. And who can say no to a good fight of skeletons? Yeah.
Lots of people.
Oh,
But I could see that being beneficial for Devok. I mean, you can always use more parts to construct things with, right?
Sure. Although I don't have much to construct yet.
oh, you'll have. There's plenty of piles. I mean that piles.
Yeah.
I think he means that there's a limit on what he can do with it yet.
Oh, okay.
That'll change soon enough, I'm sure.
Hopefully.
All right. So what are you guys doing?
I guess we can go to the bone pile thing.
All right.
Go to the bone pile thing first, not the lady. Okay.
Fair enough. All right. So I'm just going to go ahead and take you right in there since you know how to get in there. So we'll skip the whole top layer thing. So everybody's back inside. Despite what the graphics look like, the doors are all closed, but I didn't want to bother putting the things back into place. So what are you guys going to do?
I go ahead and, as we're coming down, I briefly describe to Pico. What you have to do is once we get to this little place that's hidden out in the woods, there's just this one lone grave. You dig up the grave, it brings us to this little hallway thing here. We've got to find a better way to hide it, and maybe we can use this as a semi-permanent stash house. And the only other person who knows about it's in jail, but if
And
we
how do
can
you know
hide or
about this
change the
place?
door, my contact, Gimbal, told me about it. He
So
had
is
gotten a
Gimbal in
lead
jail?
because the person. What's that?
So is Gimbal in jail?
No, Gimbal is not in jail. It was a Sudaga hedge mage who'd like to shoot off at the mouth, So when he shoot off at the mouth, he told people about his secret place, and then Oreo and I were able to actually hunt it down and find it. But if we change the door up top, then even if he does get out of jail for his crimes, then when he comes back, he will not be able to find the entrance properly.
Fair enough, although that does sound necessary because it sounds like more than 2 people do know about this place.
Well, I trust Gimbal.
Apparently not, if because he's the third person. Well, I guess technically you're the third person.
No, he did not know the exact location of this place. He just turned us on to the information. He didn't tell us exactly this is where it is. Oreo and I had to find this on our own. He just knows about a location, not the location itself. But still, I would trust him even if he did know the location.
I
But
guess the
he
point
does
I'm
not know
getting
the
at is that
specific.
information is apparently accurate enough that people can find it. So I wouldn't bet on you being the only. I wouldn't bet on Gimbal being the only person who came across that information in the first place.
Okay. Well, at any rate,
I
yeah,
mean, not a
changing
big
out the
deal. We
door.
can disguise it. I'm just pointing out that it's maybe not as super secret as you're thinking.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. I didn't think it was that secret, but I figured it was secret enough, and if we hid the door properly, it'd be a pleasant little place. And I kind of give him the tour. I open this first door here and say, "There's magical traps of necrotic magic in here, and the same with this room over here. And then this room here is a storaging place, but the one trap I have already been able to use my caltrops, and Oreo disarmed it. So that room is pretty well safe as long as you don't touch the caltrops, because Oreo's got it all tied off."
All right. I'm assuming everybody can see the map, right?
No. My screen's just white.
You're just
I
seeing
can
white.
see it.
Well, let me try refreshing.
There's like bones to the right and the left.
Yeah, big piles of them. Now I can go in and start doing like a ritual cast identify, but
This
would it be
what I
more
see.
beneficial?
Oh, hold
Go
on. Devok, can you see now?
No. I'll show you what I see.
How about now?
Nope. That's my
Okay.
screen.
That is weird. You should be on the map. Well, just in
Yeah, it
Try
might
a
need a
case.
refresh.
try a different browser.
Okay, I placed you in the map again manually. Is it still the same?
Yeah, but I'm trying something.
I think he might have either browser downloading or connectivity issue. Some.
There we go. Okay.
Now it's working.
All right.
Okay, good.
No,
What? Everybody else? Everybody else good?
Mhm.
All right. All right. Go ahead. What are you guys gonna do?
you say if you guys wanted to pick, these two rooms here have magical traps of some sort. I can go ahead and try identifying. I don't know if Oreo can do a disarm, but if we got any ideas. If not, I think it's going to be fighting skeletons. Good fun.
Yeah, I agree. You can try and detect them.
All right. Sorry. Go ahead. You're kind of low.
But might as well try and detect them.
All right. Well, I already know they're there because I detected magic last time, but I'm going to have to go ahead and do a ritual cast identify
Okay. You cast
on the trap.
identify, and you feel this cold sensation go over you, and you get the feeling that your identify spell has basically been absorbed, and over that link, you can kind of feel this cold power filling you, uh, and causing you to shudder. As you break the link, you feel like you've been doused in ice.
Ugh,
Uh,
that's not good. It's a very strange trap. It's trying to suck your soul. Ugh. Sure.
skeleton time.
And it didn't give me how to trigger it or what
No,
it
it seems
did
like
or
it was
something.
specifically designed to not only block the spell, but to try to you basically try to counteract it by affecting the caster.
So no magic. Maybe you just have to shuffle the stuff around and see if anything happens. And I mean, the sarcophagus were the ones that also were trapped. So if we try and open one manually, maybe something will get triggered that way.
Um,
I think so.
we can try that, or do you want to try throwing something onto one of these columns or pillars? I mean,
Probably
well,
smarter.
okay.
I guess we can try throwing something.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
We can try throwing something rather than like touching it.
Okay, you're gonna throw
Unless you,
something.
yeah, unless you've got mage hands there to try and touch the
Actually, I can
pillar
do
without.
we can do that
That,
instead.
okay.
Yeah, so I'll mage hand it rather than that. I can try and like trigger it or something.
All right, so you're gonna mage hand. What are you gonna do with the mage hand?
What exactly is trapped? A sarcophagus, you said?
The sarcophagus, the
Each one of
pillars,
these
and
pillars.
the
Try and open a
Yeah.
sarcophagus. Nothing could possibly go wrong, right? I feel like that's a smart idea.
yeah.
Okay, you send your mage hand toward the sarcophagus, and once it gets near, it fizzles out.
Well,
Really powerful magic for the spellcasters less than level 3.
yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
worst case, if you guys want this to be triggered, I can technically do it because I've got resistance to traps, and I know that it is a trap. So there is that, but just be conscious that somebody's gonna have to resuscitate me because I'm probably gonna die. I don't know how freaking bad the damage is gonna be.
I was going to say, since you are aware of that, do you know how to trigger the trap? We haven't got that yet. If you can figure out how to trigger the trap, you don't have to actually do it
Well,
to
you got
tell
the
us.
sense that the sarcophagi, the pillars, and the bones, and the door are part of a trap.
Wait, so why do you want to trigger this?
We're
Yeah,
if we
question
can't
that.
disarm it, we're trying to trigger it, and since we can't identify it very well, we don't know how to disarm it yet. But if we trigger it, then at least it'll be, the snapped trap rather than a waiting trap
I don't
until
know
it
if
rearms
that's.
itself, maybe.
I'm
This
wondering.
sounds like exactly the kind of trap that's going to fight us.
Yeah, like Skeletors.
I feel like this
Well, I
is
did say it could be some good skeleton fighting, but yeah, I said I did not know
like
exactly.
not
I was
formed
honest.
like this. Like, I think this is a trap targeted at people like us. I think this might be a
Yeah.
bad business.
There has to be a way to disarm it.
Or I'm questioning whether this is a good idea in the first place. Hmm.
We can just
can just-
hide the entrance and not touch it at all. We just figured there's extra days, and that's what Rig's idea was. Is if you guys wanted a secret spot,
Yeah.
essentially a tree house underground, this is
Yeah.
wanted
I
to show
figured
you
if we
guys.
could,
That's all it was.
yeah, if we could disarm the trap in some way, then we've got piles of bones here for your spare parts, and like a secret place to get them. That's not going to be patrolled by the grave clerics.
That's a good idea, actually. You're right. You're right.
So now, okay, so we may not know how to disarm it, but so what triggers it?
We don't yet know unless we're about to find out.
No, but the thing is, though, is that we just learned that the bones are part of the trap, so it's not like Devon can actually just pick up a bunch of bones and like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and use these because
Yeah.
these are all part of the
Sure.
trap.
Yeah, but until after we get rid of the trap. That's why I said snapping the trap. That's one way to get rid of a trap. It's disarmed when it's triggered.
Well, not necessarily if it's magic.
I don't want to physically touch it, but like what else do we do?
And what's up with these pots or whatever?
Everything else
Nothing.
to
There
be
was a
empty.
wire trap on one of the pots in the back, but Oreo disarmed it, so that room's otherwise clear and pretty much empty.
Just there's last time I remember, I think it was just a bunch of leaves broken up into like almost like herb form and charcoal. That's all that was left.
I'm gonna check the walls.
Okay. Yeah, you check the walls and they seem fairly normal. It's still in good shape, not any obvious cracks or markings or anything like that.
How about underneath all these pots? They look pretty big.
Yep, you look underneath the pots, except for the one area where there's a hole now, where used to be a loose a loose tile that somebody removed, and there's a hole where there used to be something in there.
Actually, that brings up a good point. So can I take, considering that I have been here before, but I want to take the time with this room first to use the Dungeon Delver feat and see if there's anything hidden that might help with understanding how to trigger this trap. If it's something physically that needs to be triggered in here, can I run that with this and see if I can figure it out that way?
Okay, yeah, go ahead and I guess give me probably I guess an investigation with advantage because you're a dungeon delver.
No.
Yeah. For a second, you thought that one easy way to set off the trap had something to do with the pillars, but you weren't able to get past that.
Okay.
The pillars. Okay. This is really complicated.
And is this just an open doorway here, or was there actually something that had to be opened?
It had to be opened, yeah.
Is it a normal door?
There's a stone door, and it has a large handle on it. But the weird part of it is instead of a swinging door, it's almost like a sliding door into the wall. And it's very heavy and hard to move, but with Ragu's strength, he was able to open it.
Now, this is a big, elaborate, messed up magic trap all put out right this, right?
Right.
I mean, each of these columns is basically a physical object, and the sarcophagi are physical objects.
That's correct.
Would my artificing, because this is basically a giant magic object, be able to help figure out how to disarm it, or at least what it does, or how to trigger it, or some clue to buy a vowel?
Sure. Go ahead and make an artificer check. I'm assuming you're examining one of the pillars to do this, right?
Yeah, I had already gone in once to
Okay.
cast
Go ahead and
identify.
move yourself over to one of the pillars then.
Staying close to the door and ready to jump back if necessary. Maybe I can put my crowbar here to, if the door shuts, then it'll be held open.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Go ahead and make your roll then. I'm assuming in order to check out one of those, you'd have to actually be closer to the pillar. But go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Just a normal, not advantage.
Yeah. This doesn't look necessarily mechanical, so I think it's just normal.
Well, that's Tinker's tools is mechanical. Artificer's Lord's magic items.
It is sort of, yeah. It's just just be a normal roll. Okay. So yeah, you're examining the pillars, and there's definitely something about these pillars. You get the sense that one of the ways that the trap probably triggers is if more than one person moves a certain distance past the first set of pillars.
More than
Okay.
one, huh?
I go ahead and call that back. If more than one person moves a certain distance.
So essentially, if you imagine a line going through these first set of pillars, if somebody were to cross, if two or more people cross that line, then something will happen.
Okay, well I can go considering that again it's a trap and I have resistance to it, so I've got a little bit of a buffer there.
Okay. So make
Ragu, are
sure
you
that
starting?
if you guys are going to do that, make sure everybody's where they want to be.
I was going to say the crowbar. Does that look secure enough, or do you think we should put something else there, just to make sure the door doesn't slam shut? Because I'm thinking that's exactly what's going to happen.
I'm thinking some stone slab or something like that. Yeah, definitely something much bigger than that.
Yeah, before we go too far, we're going to make sure the door secures open.
I'm not moving. I'm just saying that
I've
I
got
can keep going.
some pittons or spikes or whatever. If we could use those to help hammer in the wedge.
Okay. So you're going to try to wedge the door open.
Yeah, Pico's looking for a stone slab or something, and I can use my spikes to, make sure the thing stays open there.
Wait, what's the ground made of?
It's stone. It's made out of those interlocking stone tiles. It seems rather
There's
firm.
there's no wedge in there that uh Pico could see dirt under?
No, there's no dirt that you can see. It seems like there's a buffer, but there is dirt outside.
Never mind. Okay.
Well, in the room with the pots, wasn't there some hole in the ground? That might be a good spot to start prying up some tiles we could use to prop the door.
Fair enough. So yeah, you're able to pry up some of those and to stick in the doorway.
Okay. Are we ready? Is the door sufficiently secured open there?
Do we maybe want to close the other door?
I think the idea was that which other door? You mean the one with the vases? Because the other one is technically closed. It's just that Jeremy didn't want to close it because of
Yeah.
just
The
setting that up.
one I am
Yeah, that
standing
one
in
is
front of right
it
now.
would be technically closed at this point. Oh no, you guys open it again. So yeah, you guys can close it again. So we'll just say you do that.
All right.
While we're at it, is this door down here open?
I guess right now it is. Well, maybe I should put a barrier and cross that back door just in case.
Okay.
I could go ahead and just put a 5-foot thick wall right along that whole vertical, basically right here, just to make sure that no surprises come through that door.
Fair enough.
Okay. Are we ready?
Do we want to be the only two necessarily like moving forward, or does somebody want to still be standing where you're currently at, Ragu?
Yeah, that's what I
Wait,
was going to say. Is everybody?
Why two
Wait.
people? I thought it should be either one or everybody.
Well, yeah, well, it said more than two, and we're the only two that's come in so far. Everybody else is just standing
Yeah.
there.
Well,
You guys can come on.
at least two.
More than one, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm assuming I'm at the position at the bottom, so I'll be the one moving forward from the bottom. I'm assuming Ragu's doing at the top, but no one else is in the room, so I'm asking.
But
Yeah, I
there's
was
no
going to say.
point in having two. It's either one or everybody.
So everybody move your tokens.
Correct.
That's why I keep saying. That's why I said before.
Yeah.
Before they do this, make sure everybody's where you want to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are we not having one person go ahead and do a thorough exploration first?
Because we already.
I already did
Well, we
that,
can go ahead.
and I tried,
Yeah.
but I got a freaking 5 and 8. So unless somebody
you've
else.
been all the way through that
Oh
room
no, that
then?
was
Okay.
last time, Oreo. You need to.
No, no, no,
We've
no,
got
no,
another
no. I
chance here.
literally just asked Jeremy right now, can I use that to see if I can investigate this room to see
Okay,
how
it's right there, the 5-8, yeah.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, what nobody's done yet is nobody's touched any of the bones.
Correct.
And nobody has touched any of the sarcophagi with their hands.
Correct.
Correct.
None of that's happened yet, but I did do that before Ragu discovered the whole two people need to pass the threshold thing. Unless somebody else wants to rummage through it, then by all means. But that's
I guess I'll step into the room then, but this is probably about all the further I'm going to go.
Okay.
at least for the moment.
So Galen and Devok and Ire, put yourselves where you want to be.
Okay.
I was in the restroom, so I don't know exactly what just happened. So what are they doing?
Found
You have
out
the
that one
option
way
of
to.
entering this room, but if more than one person crosses the first set of pillars,
Yeah.
it's likely that this trap's going to trigger. So if you're going to come into the room, don't go past the pillars.
Okay.
Basically, just stay in the first column that we're all in.
Yeah. I guess I'll go in, but
All right. And Ire, what are you doing? Shane?
Huh.
All right. I guess Shane is hanging back.
Let's see.
All right. Go ahead.
Right? Are we ready? We're gonna try this.
Yeah,
Got
I
any-
mean, are we sure, or do we want to wait for Shane's answer? Because if we don't want to wait, then sure. But I mean, I don't want to just do the move if we're still waiting on him.
Yeah. It says he's away on Discord, so I feel like something.
He went to sleep or he's doing something else.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'll move forward.
Okay.
Well, go ahead.
Back.
All right. So both of you move forward. So everybody stop. So several things happen all at once. As they both cross that line, you hear the several doors slamming shut. Oops, wrong thing. Sorry about that. Let me get to the right thing. Sorry about that. Alrighty, green. So you hear the front door slam shut. You hear the base room slam shut, and the door attempts to slam shut here, and it's slamming against the bricks, and you can see it's pressing against it, and the bricks and stuff are cracking. Um, Shane, now that you're here, go ahead and put yourself. You can put yourself to where you want to be. You weren't responding for a while.
Good.
Okay. Anyway, so that happens. The next thing that happens is that the screeching skeletons rise from the pit, screeching into the air. And then the next thing that happens is that the air in the sorry, okay. So the first thing that happened is the doors slam shut, with the door nearby slamming into the stone that you placed in trying to push through. The skeletons rise from the dirt. The air, the smell in the air, the sweet smell intensifies, and everybody roll initiative.
Boy, that is a large number of skeletons.
And
That
this
is
is
quite
why
the
I'm
large.
They're in
glad
a.
Ooh.
that you guys did
Okay.
not decide to come in here on your own last time.
Well, technically, one person did at least at a time kind of scour the place, so we never crossed that threshold thing that you said, or we never touched any of the stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly. But
How deep is this screeching? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
well, I was just saying I'm glad that you guys didn't trigger this on your own. Go ahead, Ragu.
How deep is this pit here with the screeching skeletons in it? Because you said they were pits, so
Yeah,
is
it's
it more than 6 feet, 7, 8 feet? Are they actually going to be able to climb out?
it's
It's not like they can just run up on us.
it looks like it's about 5 feet. No, more 3 feet. Sorry. So it looks like it's about 3 feet. So it'll be difficult terrain to get out.
Okay, but yeah, okay, so they can climb out rather quickly. Okay.
Yeah, so basically 2 hexes of movement rather than 1. All right, has everybody rolled initiative? All right, I'm going to take that as a yes. So, Oreo, you see a number of skeletons in the pit, all screeching and ready to fight. What are you going to do?
Considering that there's magic folk, I'm gonna just use my bow for now and shoot from where I'm at.
All
I'm
right.
gonna shoot the guy that I see in front of me, which would be number 6. I think at 6.
This guy up here?
No. The one that's like in front of me there. Yeah, that's
5.
6,
Okay.
isn't it?
Yeah,
Or
this is
5.
5.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Wait. Whoops. Gotta remove advantage.
Okay, that hits. Okay, for a solid 11 points of damage. And you can tell that. Oh, dang it.
Oh, that's. I, yeah, I did all of them, guys. There you go. You're welcome.
Oh, jeez.
Nice.
Hold on. My bad. Somehow these got set freaking hit points. Oh, jeez. Here, let me do this. 13. And I even told you what it is. Wow. Sorry about this.
All good. But yeah, that would be let me see here. I'm gonna yeah, I'm just gonna stay put for right now. Reload. That's it. That's my
Okay,
turn.
fair enough. Alrighty, so Ire, while I am correcting everybody, you can start telling me what you're going to do.
All right. Taking out the old flail. Do I want bless is the question. Nah, I think we'll be fine. I'll hit skeleton 9 here with my my flail.
Okay. And that's a hit. For, looks like 10 points of damage.
Use sacred weapon.
So is it this one?
Yeah, this one right here.
Yeah, okay.
Well, let me figure out. I'll just use it next turn. I gotta figure out how this works.
Okay, fair enough. Alright, Ragu, you see a number of skeletons all in the pit. So what are you going to do?
Alrighty then. I'm going to go ahead and step forward and swing away. And I'm guessing cannot see their numbers.
The one next to you, that's right here?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Core. Oh, where's my little buddy?
He would be
Can't
right
see him.
there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, charged right up close to me, but as long as he's within 5 feet, yeah, he goes ahead and gives me the help action,
Fair enough.
and I attack.
Alright, so that's a hit. Alright, you stab into him, breaking him mostly apart, but it's still alive somehow.
Okay, and then yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and punch.
And that's also a hit. And you take him out. Alright, is that the end of your turn?
That is.
Alright, Pico, you see a number of skeletons, although they are starting to fall off. What are you going to do?
Alright, well, first item of business, I am not actually retreating, I'm not actually moving, but it does...
You're muted. I just barely heard you through Jeremy's mic.
Alright.
Here, let me put Galen to the side here. Go ahead.
Alrighty, let's see.
There's this guy with 3 hit points that Ire had already damaged. The other ones are still at full health.
Well, I've got 2 right next to me that, yeah, well, because Ire got the top one in that row of 3, right?
You got this one right here.
Oh, the middle one? Oh, okay. Well, first, let me go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and try and claw skeleton 11, I guess, the one in the lower left corner.
Okay, go for it. Are you supposed to have advantage?
No,
Oh,
I
okay,
don't have
so that an
control.
8 does not hit then.
No, the 8 would be the damage. Wait, what the heck? Hold on. Oh, never mind. I didn't scroll down. Yeah, okay, never mind. All right, then I'll go ahead and use the bite on the skeleton that I attacked, the middle one.
All right, well, that hits. All right, and you take him out.
All right, and I guess I'm going to go ahead and kind of move over to the. Wait, that's weird. I can't see. How strange. I can't actually see towards this spot here. Oh, this token doesn't actually. Well, it's weird. It has some visibility, but oh, whatever. I'll just take this corner. Good enough.
All right. All right, Devok. The skeletons are slowly being worn away. What are you going to do?
I will go around this side, like that, and then Bone Storm. I'll show you what that is. That.
15-foot cone. So I guess that would cover a number of these. From what I remember, it won't catch the ones over here or over here, but it'll catch the ones basically just south of you, out 15 feet. And they have to make a dex save. So what is their save?
What is that again? Like what's
It's your spell save. It should be on
okay,
your
14.
14. All right, and it's dexterity. All right, 14. And go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay. 11.
Okay. And do they take half or none? It looks like none.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what happens. So it looks like two of them, no, three of them made it. All right, apply damage. So you can see that you managed to take out Skeleton 4 completely. Skeleton 13 is badly hurt with just a small fraction of his hit points. The skeleton right in front of you is badly hurt, but these three skeletons managed to make their saves. Is that the end of your turn?
I think so.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That was quite a number of skeletons that you took out on your own. Alrighty, so skeleton number 11 is going to chop you at the knees. Galen.
No.
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 And yep, so he's going to chop you with an 18, which I believe is a hit. So he pierces you for 4 points of damage. And then he follows up with a second attack, which misses.
Yay.
Then skeleton number 6 moves up toward Devok. And, well, actually, this is rough terrain, but he manages to climb out. And he continues around and attacks from behind, giving him advantage. Where is my advantage toggle? Whatever, I'll roll twice. Oh, there it is. It's already there. So that first one is the 18, which I believe with your armor class does not hit. All right, skeleton number 5 pulls out. Oh, sorry. Is somebody trying to talk to me?
Sorry, I just misread what happened.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, he did not hit you. All right, skeleton number 5 actually has a short bow, but unlike a normal short bow, which obviously wouldn't survive down here for all this length of time, it seems to be made out of some sort of dark energy. And he points it at Oreo and lets loose with a 16, which is that a hit?
Yeah.
All right. So it stabs into your calf for 6 points of piercing damage. Skeleton number 7 pulls out his bow and will shoot it at Devok. And with a 12, fails to hit. And skeleton number 3 will then shoot at Galen. Same action. With an 18, he hits right in your thigh. A arrow is now sticking for 4 points of damage.
Ouch.
Skeleton number 8 will then start moving. And will stop there and fire at Oreo. With a 19, it hits Oreo, sticking into her shoulder for 6 points of damage. And skeleton number 2 will then attempt to use his sword against you, Devok, with advantage. With a 20, was a 20 hit?
20.
So that would be 4 piercing damage.
Okay.
Galen, you are becoming a pincushion. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna bust out a new spell. Hold on. I don't know why it's not in my. It is in my core spells. Okay. I am going to cast Scorching Ray.
Oh, and look, let me guess. You're going to cast it right through this line, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it goes through things.
No, it's just 3 rays. He has
Yeah,
to
it's
roll
just
for each
3
one.
rays. There's a different one that's like a beam. I don't remember what that one's called.
Agnar Scorcher.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that one. But I can just shoot 3 different targets with beams.
Now, one thing you should note is because it's a ranged spell, and you're in melee with skeleton number 11, you're going to be rolling at disadvantage.
So I probably shouldn't do that actually.
However, things like touch is melee, so that would not be a disadvantage, if that makes a
Got it.
difference.
No, it does. That does make a difference. All right. Well, I don't want to waste that good spell. I'll just use Shocking Grasp then. That's fine.
Okay, go for it.
On 11. Well,
Well,
that's
obviously you
interesting.
hit.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Nice.
The mega crit.
Nice.
All right, so that's 11 points
Oh.
of damage, but unfortunately that is not enough to take out the skeleton in one blow. 2
Dang
points
it.
away. 2 points away.
Yeah, that sucks. Oh well.
Is that the end of your turn?
But no, because that takes away his action. So I'm
You mean
going
its reaction, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a reaction. I'm gonna see if I can hide behind this bear.
Fair enough. So
I'll
everybody should
cower
be
over
in a
here.
hex, so I'm going to go ahead and move Oreo slightly, and you can be there behind the pillar.
I can't see anything. Let me turn on light for a second.
Trying to see what this guy has. I just, can't see through the pillar.
Oh, there's another thingy over here. Okay.
All right. Are you happy where you are?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Skeleton 9 is going to attack Ire. This is probably a bad idea, but he gets 2 attacks. Maybe one of them will hit. 17 misses Ire, but the 22 hits. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. So a paltry 3 points of damage, but he definitely gets through your metal surface. Skeleton number 12 is going to step forward and then shoot Oreo in the knees. And succeeds. And Oreo, you take another 6 piercing damage as you too become a pincushion. And
Now nothing attacked me, right?
not yet. You're in the corner there, so you're good for now.
All right, the bear form wasn't at full, so I was just making sure before I put that back up to max.
Yeah, you're good. All right, and then skeleton 13 is going to shoot at Ragu rather than getting closer. And with a 24 critical hit, he hits. So Ragu, you take 8 points of damage as you grow a new arrow. And we start at round 2. And at the beginning of round 2, I'm going to need everybody to make a DC 10 con save as the sweetness continues to increase.
The sweetness?
The air smells sweet.
That's good.
God. Oh
All
wait, with
right, so
Yeah, I
advantage.
should have rolled like that. Hold on.
So Devok. Oh wait, you rolled again,
With
Devok?
advantage. Or
No, I accidentally rolled with advantage. But
oh, okay,
that's
then 5 is my roll then.
All right, so Devok and Ire, it looks like you fail. So both of you feel slower. Both of you have 5 less movement for the next minute. And we're at the beginning of round 2. Oreo. There are definitely fewer skeletons, but you guys are starting to get hurt as well. So what are you going to do?
I will go ahead and change plans and take out the rapier, and I'm gonna move forward using the pillar bit as cover. So I guess there, and then hit the skeleton that's in front here
Okay,
with the rapier.
fair enough. He manages to sidestep.
I'll use my claws for the bonus.
Okay,
Um,
and that's a hit.
so
Okay, so you do 1 point of damage, and you guys have been attacking him now enough to know that their AC is 13. Is that the end of your
yeah,
turn?
I figure. Yeah.
All right, Ire, looks like you're healthier than normal. What's going on there?
Oh, whoops. That's not right.
I think you did the damage the wrong direction.
I certainly did.
Here, let me fix it.
There we go. All right.
Okay, you got it. See,
Um,
fair enough. So what are you gonna do?
let me see. I can't quite see this guy's health.
So this
Okay,
one
I'm
next
gonna.
to you is at full health. This one here
Yep.
is been damaged, and this one here has been damaged. Over here, this one here is a full health.
So am I able to like step onto this pile of bones here? Can I just?
Yeah, it's 3 feet down. You can jump down. It's not doesn't cost you extra movement going down, but it will coming back up.
And I'll take a swing at this guy.
Fair enough. That hits, and you take him out in one swing. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
All right, Ragu. These skeletons are definitely a menace, but you're wearing them down. So these two down here are almost dead. The rest of them are full health. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go ahead and jump down here with Char. I guess kind of in there. I'm gonna go ahead and bring my sword down right on top of number 5 there.
This one
with
right in front of you.
help. Yes,
Okay,
with Char's help.
sure. That is not a hit. He manages to sidestep.
Arrgh. Punch. All right, he sidesteps. This guy right here is also right here next to me.
Yep.
In anger, can I just punch him in the face?
If you have the ability, sure. You don't have
Right.
to do both your attacks on the same creature.
No. Okay, good.
That's a critical
Brass
hit.
knuckles.
I don't know how you. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, I completely miss. I get angry and just punch. Damn it!
That you do, and then you punch the one next to you to pieces, literally. Is that the end of your turn?
That most certainly is.
All right. Pico, you can see Ragu punching skeletons to pieces. What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to move over here and attack the skeleton between Ragu and myself.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm going to claw this one.
That's a hit.
All right.
All right, so good 9 points of damage. Definitely hurt it, but it is still alive.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and bite it as well.
And it manages to avoid your bite.
All right.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I guess so.
Fair enough. All right, Devok, you are surrounded by skeletons, but the one to the south of you is almost dead. What are you going to do?
I will shoot it with actually. If I move, will I get
If you go
opportunity
out of
attack?
one of their melee ranges, then you will get an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, there's nothing, nowhere you can move. It won't trigger that. So.
And the other thing is, if you use a ranged attack in melee, you have to roll with disadvantage.
Okay.
You can kill the one right below you, then at least the other one won't have advantage anymore.
Yeah. I think I'll just stab it with my spear instead.
Okay, you stab it, and stab it right between the bones, missing.
Or I guess smack it. But yeah.
Fair enough. Is that the end of your turn?
Originally, yeah.
Alrighty. So, Skeleton 6 is going to attempt to attack you twice with his melee weapon, and he has advantage. And that first one is definitely a hit, a critical hit. And so you take 12 points as it stabs you in the back.
Okay.
Skeleton 5 is going to attempt to stab Ragu, since Ragu attempted to stab him. And the 17, does that hit?
I am going to go ahead and burn my reaction to Arcane Deflect.
Fair enough.
He just kind of glints off with a glint of light.
Fair enough. All right. So Skeleton 7 is going to 1, 2, 3, 4. Is going to move up and attempt to stab Oreo twice. All right. 23 and a 19. I believe both of those hit. So Oreo, you take a total of 10 points of damage as that skeleton manages to score 2 good hits on you. Skeleton 3 is now going to crawl out and make its way around and then attempt to shoot you, Oreo. But a 13 is not good enough. And Skeleton 8 is going to attempt to stab you with a 6 and a 20. The 20 hits, and you take another 5 points of damage. Skeleton 2 is going to attempt to stab Devok with advantage. And does a 22 hit Devok?
Yes.
So you take another 3 points of damage as it stabs into you. And Galen, you can see that Oreo is almost dead. Devok is hurting badly. But the skeletons are getting worn down. What are you going to do? Galen.
Sorry, I was on mute. Do we want to keep fighting these guys? You think we can?
Yeah, we gotta kind of have to kill him.
Okay. I mean, I could put them to sleep, but like then we'd have to leave. We couldn't fight them.
If you put him to sleep, I can definitely stomp on unconscious things, but can
Yeah, but
skeletons get put to
I think
sleep?
they wake up if you do that.
Can they get put to sleep?
I mean, it depends on how powerful my sleep spell is.
No, what I meant is skeletons. Skeletons are constructs. I didn't know.
Oh,
It
that's a
just
good
says
point.
creatures. I don't know if
Yeah, I
do
don't
they
think
count as
the sleep
creatures?
will work, actually.
Okay, then I'm gonna start with Oreo. I'll get to you, Devok, later, but I gotta start healing. Oreo, how many hit points are you down?
I'm at 2.
Oh, okay. Let's do a thing then. Healer's kit. Well, actually, you know what? You're very hurt. I'm not going to use a healer's kit. I'm going to cast Cure Wounds as... How many hit points are you down?
Out of a total of 35.
Okay, got
So
it. I'll cast Cure Wounds as a level 2 spell then.
Okay.
So, 1 second. That means I get to roll 2d8. And it's, I believe, 2d8 plus 6. So 1 second, let me roll the 2d8. Plus 6, so that should be 17 hit points. Back to you, Oreo.
thank you.
Uh-huh. Hopefully that lasts you at least a little bit.
That at least gets me, yeah, a little bit.
I don't think I can do anything else as of right now.
You can
Yeah,
still
I would
move if you want.
exactly. I would suggest you get out of their shooting range if it's possible, or shooting like visibility.
Yeah, I might start moving up this way. So I already went 1, 2, so 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll start making my way to Devok's side.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
All right. Skeleton 9, being surrounded, but being too dumb to move, is going to attempt to attack the big bear because it's right there and big. So the 7 obviously misses. Does the 15 hit? All right, so it stabs you good for 8 points of damage. All right, and Skeleton 12 is going, seeing somebody being wounded, is going to make his way up and attack Oreo, hoping to be able to take her out with a 20 and a 22, so both of those hit. So Oreo takes another 11 points of damage as it continues to stab her, and we are now on round 3. And you notice that the air has now become foggy. It has become more difficult to see, and it is clear that whatever is happening in the air is becoming more and more tainted with it. All right, Oreo, you have a gang of skeletons all trying to kill you. What are you going to do?
I will use the attack to attack at least one, and then I'm gonna use my bonus to disengage. So
Okay.
first I'm gonna hit I think the one I see there is 7. And well, actually, no, the one I was just hitting, I think it's 8, right?
Yeah, 8's been hurt a little bit.
All right, let's see if I can do anything here.
That's a hit. Okay. Good
Then
6 points of damage.
going to disengage, go this way, and yeah, I mean, I'm trying to just get behind the pillar. There's no way of moving a hex over to get there, but my intention is to just be behind, using the pillar as cover.
Okay. Fair enough. When they start shooting you, remind me if I forget.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ire, the skeleton to the north of you is almost dead, about 1/3 of his health. The skeleton to the east is at full. What are you going to do?
All right, I'm gonna try to take out the skeleton to my north.
Go for it.
Can you, like, channel energy or something? Is that a thing that
Oh,
paladins
well,
do?
you hit anyway, but I was going to say you get advantage.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that's true. You do get advantage. And you take him out. All right, is that the end of your turn, Ire?
Yep.
All right, Ragu, the skeleton to your south is at full health. Ire managed to take out the skeleton between you and Pico. What are you going to do?
All right, with my movement, I'm going to step over here. I did not get out of attack distance with him.
But you
And
did with this guy.
which guy?
Right
Wait a
here.
second. I
Because you
was right
enter his
here.
melee, you were here. You enter his melee range, and then you exit his melee range.
Oh, so he can hit me.
Yes.
All
So
right, all
that's
right.
entering, and then that's exiting. Sorry, that's
Okay,
exiting.
we can deal with that. Can we? I've got Char with me. He's going to go ahead and give me help action on number. Sorry, hello,
He's
what?
saying going through ire. You want to go through ire and go the counterclockwise?
Actually, no, this will still work just perfectly. I'm going to go ahead and come this way using my bonus action, my bonus attack,
Okay.
because I'm going to do a normal attack. But as I'm moving, punch. Just run by, clock him in the head.
Sure. See if it works.
Right, hold on. Normal.
And it does. Let's see if you can do at least 2 points of damage. You do, and
That helped Devok.
and now you can continue.
Yeah. I continue moving, and now with advantage, go ahead and swing away on this guy back of his head.
Number 12.
Yes.
All right. And that's it.
Um, 5, 12. Okay, yeah, I suppose it don't matter. Yeah.
No, it does. Which one are you hitting? 5 or 12?
Um,
I would
no, we'll
assume
go ahead and
12,
go.
otherwise there was
Yeah.
no need to move.
All right.
Yeah.
Then
Go
you
ahead and hit
do
12.
9 points of damage to 12. All right. 12 is badly damaged, but still alive. Is that the end of your turn?
That is.
All right, Pico. I guess you're already moving. So what are you doing?
Geez, the visibility thing is just.
Yeah, so yeah, the columns are really
Hold
messing
on. Let
with
me
us.
see.
There we go. I can see better now.
Oh, I see. You don't have dark vision. Should you have dark vision as a bear?
Um,
No. Legacy lighting.
I guess not.
Oh, well, in that case, then yeah, that's what's going on. Then there's no light there for you to see.
Oh,
Nobody has a torch on. It's dark in here, so that's why you can't see.
The torch on.
Oh,
But
do
I
you
just
have a
don't
torch?
think it's.
Wait. So while you're in wild shape, your
Oh,
characteristics as with dark vision don't transfer over to the animal?
that's
No,
correct.
but yeah, I thought somebody had a torch on because it was pretty bright in here.
I think I had a flame, whatever that is. I think it should have been torch though.
Okay. So does that
I don't
help
know
you?
if that.
Yeah, so I guess I'll move here, and then I'm going to start by attacking this skeleton here
Sure.
with a. Whoops. Oh, that's weird.
With the claw, I take it.
The bite, actually, I think.
Okay.
Oh, wow, that's. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what it did. Wow, it really screwed up that character sheet. Let me reopen that. Brown bear. There we go. That's better. I was doing some weird right justification, so the sheet wasn't rendering properly.
Okay.
All right. So a bite.
So you do not have advantage, so it does not hit. It steps out of the way.
All right. Well, I will try again.
That time it works. All right, and you take him out.
All right. Well, that's all my movement, so stay parked there.
Fair enough. All right, Devok, the skeleton behind you is still at full health and is obviously going to continue attacking you. The skeleton to your south of you is at less than half health. What are you going to do?
I
There is no
will.
skeleton south of him. I took it out.
No, I'm talking about right here.
It's far south. But
Far. Okay.
I know I'll get disadvantage, but I'll just shoot it with my I'll just blast. Actually, I'm gonna move first. I'm just gonna take the attack.
Okay. Let me go ahead and do that. 16 does not hit. Okay, go ahead.
Nope.
Go ahead.
All right.
So you're shooting skeleton 6. All right. Unfortunately, it steps out of the way.
I just keep moving. Actually, right here is good.
Okay.
And then I'll.
All right, cool. All right, so skeleton 6 is going to follow you and attack. And with a 20 misses, right?
20 hits.
Oh, 20 hits. Okay. So in that case, you take 8 points of damage as it stabs into you. Skeleton 5 is going to attack Ire. And he misses both times due to how difficult Ire is to hit. Skeleton 7 is going to take out the bear, or at least that's what he thinks. With those rolls, he just might. So both are hits, I believe. And so that means you take a total of 11 points of damage as he stabs into you.
All right.
Skeleton 3 is going to
Whoops.
stand back and attempt to shoot at the big bear. But a 13, I don't think that's good enough.
Hits.
Oh, it does hit. All right. So you take another 3 points of damage. And Galen, you can see now that the bear is being swarmed. And Devok is almost dead. What are you going to do?
Yeah, this is problematic. Um,
Can you get to Devok in
And as a
one round?
reminder, if you failed your DC, your con save before, you have 5 less movement.
I did not.
Okay.
I can't get to Devok in time.
Wait, can you do it if you used your bonus and your action, even if you you can't necessarily do anything right now? Like, because shit, I was gonna say, you don't have
I
any
guess if I
potions.
used my bonus action, I could run over to him and then have my action still.
Well, Devok's still on his feet, and other people can come to his rescue. So
Yeah. If you can help Oreo or I don't know, Ire or blend support, I can be over at Devok in 1 sec. If you know,
I think what I'm
keeping
gonna do
everybody.
is I'm gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to get over to Devok, and then I'm gonna use Scorching Ray.
Okay. Who are you using it
'Cause
against?
I'm gonna cast it on
Devok, no.
Skeleton 6. Yeah, Devok, you're done. Skeleton 6,
Okay.
Skeleton 5, and Skeleton 7.
All right. Well, let's start with Skeleton 6 then.
Okay, hold on. I have to make set. Let me read up. I
I
forget
believe
how
it's
to
a
use
roll
this.
for each one.
Is it roll
Or
for
roll
each
to hit
separate
for
one?
each beam.
Yeah.
For each beam, yeah.
Takes damage.
It's like multiple attacks.
Make a ranged attack for each ray. Okay, so let's start with the ranged attack on Skeleton 6.
Yeah, what you could do is just roll 3 times, and then we'll go from there. So Skeleton 6 hits, Skeleton 5 misses, Skeleton 7 crits. So go ahead and roll damage against Skeleton 6. That's 9 points. And then roll damage against Skeleton 7. And you take out Skeleton 7, who was
Cool.
at full health, by the way.
Yep.
So that was a really good attack. All right, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I think it has to be.
All right. Skeleton 12 is going to attack the big bear. And that critical hit hits, obviously. For the bear takes another 9 points of damage as he gets stabbed. And we now begin round 4. During round 4, I'm going to need everybody to make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw as the air gets thicker.
Fuck.
Those of you who failed the Constitution saving throw, which looks like Galen, and Ire, your movement is reduced by 15 for the next 5 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Remember,
I think that means I can't move.
If it puts it down to 0, that's exactly what it means. You slowed to the point.
Galen, your movement should be 30. So 15's half, but you still have half.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Okay, I can still walk around, I guess.
Yeah. All right, Oreo. The air has become very thick. Any perception rolls are now at disadvantage. What are you going to do?
Gonna change it up again and use a short bow. I'm gonna go ahead and do it on Skeleton 5.
Okay.
Jeez.
All right.
There.
It sees it coming and moves.
That's it. That's my turn.
All right. Ire, you skeleton 5 is still at full health, but you have advantage to hit because it's flanked.
Mm, I'm gonna turn around and cast a cure wounds.
No, just get rid of the skeletons. Don't worry about me. You're good. Go.
All right, I'll hit
Yeah.
5.
You have advantage, so
Oh.
roll again. All right,
There
you
we
hit.
go.
All right, you smash them for 8 points of damage. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
All right, Ragu, the skeleton in front, on either side of you are almost dead. Devok is almost dead, and Oreo is almost dead. What are you going to do?
Okay. As my bonus action, I'm going to reach into my left hip pouch, pull out 2 small vials. As I pull them out, psychically knowing what I want to do, good old Char grabs them. Char flies this way, dropping a potion right on Devok's hand, and then flies this way to finish his 40 feet, dropping a potion in Oreo's hand. And then I'm just going to swing away. We're saying normal, no advantage. Oh, do I
So
have
I'm going to
advantage?
count that as your bonus action because you're
Yeah.
interacting with your bird. So you get your normal
Yes.
action, but that's it.
Yes, that's exactly what I was doing.
Okay.
And do I get advantage on this
No,
guy?
he's
Because
not flanked but you can move to here and he would be flanked. But if you move
yeah, but that would.
there, then this guy can get an attack of opportunity.
All right. All right. I can't see your health, Pico.
Don't worry about my health.
All right. In that case, I will swing away Skeleton 5 with advantage.
All right. Skeleton 5. Yep. And that's a hit. And you smash him to pieces. You can still move even though you're out of actions, or are you going to stay there?
I am going to go ahead and move. There. That'll help.
Fair enough.
That does help.
All right, Pico, you now have advantage on the skeleton to the north, and the skeleton to your east is still at full health. What are you going to do?
All right. Well, I am going to attempt to bite the skeleton between between me and Ragu.
Okay. And because you have advantage, that's a hit. And you take him out.
All right.
Bite him to pieces.
I am now going to go ahead and tromp over here and attempt to claw the one menacing Devok.
All right, you hit. And you take him out as well. You claw him to pieces. Okay, is that the end of your turn?
Actually, no, because if actually, Devok, what kind of melee do you have?
I have a spear that does 1d6 damage, and that's it. And these are skeletons, so I don't think a spear is very useful against them.
All right. Well, in that case, yeah, you'll probably want to flee then. I was just trying to see if it was worth setting up advantage, but maybe not.
I see.
P.S. Bonus action to drink your potion, so it's not a full action.
Yeah, I can do that. I think I
well,
can
when
be
it's his turn, but let's make sure. Pico, are you done?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
Devok, now you
Sorry.
can go ahead.
I'll take my potion.
Okay. Ragu, go ahead and tell him what the...
It's 2d4 plus 2. I made it myself. It's very good, yes.
Nice.
Cool.
Proud of you.
So that is your bonus action. What else are you going to do, if anything?
Move. Can I like cross through the middle here?
It's free to get down. It's rough terrain to get out, which means that it doubles the cost of getting out.
Honestly, I think I'm
Although
just gonna move
for what it's worth, you wouldn't have enough movement to start climbing out anyway, so it's a non-issue right now.
I'll just stay there. Actually, I'll use movements and just move up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, skeleton 3. He is going to move probably there and attempt to shoot Ragu in the face.
I
And
will
he
kill
fails
you.
miserably, hitting the ground nearby.
What's up with these double rolls?
What's
So
wrong?
many- just pointing out that there's been so many rolls, it's been the same number twice.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Galen.
It's.
What
I'm
do you-
telling you that random jumper is not random.
All right. Anyway, Galen, you see skeleton 3 to the south. The bear is low on health, and Oreo is low on health. Devok is a bit better. What are you going to do?
I trust them. I'm gonna shoot the Skeletor with a firebolt.
Okay.
Ah,
Unfortunately, it steps out of the way.
okay. Yeah, I guess I don't do anything then.
All right. It is now at the beginning of round 5. And everybody is now going to have to make a DC 13 con save. And if you fail the con save,
No.
then you are poisoned for 5 minutes. And if you're
No.
poisoned, you have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Is that one of the thingies you can click on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it?
Yeah.
Nice.
It won't do it automatically, though.
Advantage, but
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I see.
All right. Did everybody roll? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think
Yeah,
we.
better.
Oh, Ire and Galen. Is that from before?
No.
No, because they were
Nope,
just rolls.
yeah,
Okay,
Galen
fair
just
enough then.
fireball.
So yeah, anybody who got less than a 13, you have disadvantage on attacks and ability checks. All right, Oreo. There appears to be one more skeleton left. What are you gonna do?
Gonna throw an arrow from there and then go back. So let me shoot an arrow
Okay,
at
your
disadvantage. I know.
potion.
Yep, disadvantage. And
Okay, and I'm
unfortunately,
gonna move
Drink
back.
your potion.
I'm not gonna drink my potion, and that's my turn.
okay, fair enough. All
Damn
right, Ire. I shouldn't have been making you make those con saves, by the way, Ire, because you don't breathe. So,
Oh.
anything if you fail, don't worry about it. You're good.
All right.
So, what are you
cool.
gonna do?
All right. Let's see. Go down.
I mean, then I have to undo his critical failure stuff or learning failure.
What?
And then does it take me
Well,
extra
I had
movement
him
to.
up down failing con save. For
Oh
his
yeah,
learning,
you'd have to undo that one. Yes.
Go up to this guy over here.
Okay.
Give him a little smack with the flail. Oh.
He steps out of the way. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
All right, Ragu. There appears to be one skeleton left. What are you gonna do?
All right. Char is going to fly up to with me, and I'm going to run up here and swing away. Actually, can I get here, and would that be good enough for advantage? Because this is kind of like an oddball thing.
Yeah, that's close enough.
All right. In that case, I'm going to go ahead and run up here and swing away.
All right. And that's a hit. All right, you got him for 8 points of damage. And he's still alive, but definitely badly hurt. And you hit again. And finish him off. And as... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's just battle laugh.
And as you finish him off, I'm going to take you out of combat. The air slowly starts to clear. And the feeling of being tired starts to wear off, though those of you who were poisoned for 5 minutes will remain poisoned until that wears out. And so you are left in a room that is slowly clearing, and that is where we're going to end the session.
Okay.
So let me go ahead and set up your experience points. real quick. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that'd be 250. And then that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 200. Goals would be 100. Treasure would be 100. And was there anybody who did not get at least 2 failures?
I don't think I got any. I don't have Ragu listed as any, although he might have. Ira I only have down for 1.
Okay. So you said Pico, you don't have any. And then Ira definitely had at least 1. And who else didn't have any?
Ragu, Pico are the only ones I saw with no failures. Ira had 1. Everybody else had 2.
Alrighty. So I'm going to go ahead and show. Oh, wait, I didn't calculate the total correctly. Hold on. So that's 450, 550, 650. All right, so everybody gets 650 experience points, not counting the learned by failure. And as we see, then that Pico and Ragu, for once, didn't fail a lot this time, and Ire only failed once. And so that will be the end of that.